Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. Chapter 203, Demon Beast Inner Core. In just a few seconds, for spirit patterns had condensed on that flying sword. That was a supreme grade spirit weapon. One more step and it would be perfect. Spirit gathering was the most difficult step of weapon refinement. However, Extreme Fire Tao Lord made it look extremely easy. One could be called an advanced weapon refinement master if they could produce a superior grade spirit weapon. Above advanced weapon refinement masters, there was the title of weapon refinement grandmaster. What title was Extreme Fire Tao Lord? In order to let Su Zimo have a good look at his weapon refinement techniques, Extreme Fire Tao Lord removed his weapon tripod during the tempering and spirit gathering steps. After condensing 4 spirit patterns, Extreme Fire Tao Lord showed no signs of stopping as he attempted for a 5th spirit pattern. Oh! Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. The feeling of danger came from the flying sword that was heated to a scarlet red. It was a familiar feeling, the premonition of a failed spirit gathering. Don't! When he saw that Extreme Fire Tao Lord had no intention of stopping, Su Zimo exclaimed instinctively. Extreme Fire Tao Lord paused for a moment and eyed Su Zimo, murmuring, "That's true. Even if I make you a perfect spirit weapon, you won't be able to use it given your current cultivation realm." Given Su Zimo's spirit energy, he would not be able to last long using a perfect spirit weapon. Too much spirit energy would be drained if all 5 spirit patterns were activated. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and lamented internally. The spirit gathering technique of 100 Refinement Sect is indeed incredible. But even then, it does not have a 100% success rate. While my spirit gathering technique is slower, it's guaranteed. In other words, if Su Zimo were to perfect the steps of material selection, smelting, forging, and tempering, he would be able to create a perfect spirit weapon with 100% certainty. If news of that were to spread in the cultivation world, Su Zimo would definitely become the most popular weapon refinement master. There was no exception. This supreme grade flying sword is a gift for you. Take it. Swash! A sword beam flew by and pierced into the ground before Su Zimo. Sigh, I've managed to survive for 5,000 years, but it's all futile. The tinge of green on Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was getting darker. Su Zimo furrowed his brows, trying his best to repress the shock in his heart. The brief moment of contact between Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit and his body was when it flew out of his glabella. Even then, it was tainted by the poison. The potency of the poison was evident. Outside, in the body of that wolf, there's an inner core. That's a great tonic for you. Don't forget to take it out. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In the path of immortality cultivation, cultivators that managed to form a core would condense a sparkling golden core in their dantian. As depicted in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, demons on the core path will also produce an inner core in their body. Inner cores and golden cores were similar. They possessed the essence of the cultivator. However, golden cores were formed from spirit energy. However, inner cores were formed from the essence chi of the 5 organs. As depicted in the organs refinement section, the 5 organs essence chi was produced after organs refinement into 5 varying essence chi that would spread inside one's body. It will nourish the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, allowing the body to undergo a complete transformation. Be it in terms of power or speed, there would be a significant increase. When the body is at the peak of nourishment from the 5 organs essence chi, it would enter the next realm, orifice clearing. Orifice clearing does not produce much of an increase in terms of power and speed. However, the overall increase in a demonic cultivator's strength is still clear and obvious. What orifice clearing referred to was to open up one's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose using the 5 organs essence chi. Once those 7 holes were opened up, the 5 senses of the demonic cultivator would receive an immense improvement, and their vision, hearing, and smell would become extremely sharp. That was only the changes on the surface. There would also be qualitative changes within the demonic cultivators. The synthetic relationship between the 5 organs, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 senses was equivalent to a minor heavenly cycle. At mastery of orifice clearing, the body would be a fusion of toughness and flexibility and become one, increasing one's coordination further. When all 5 chi combine into one, that was the time to condense the inner core. An inner core was the condensation of the bloodline and the 5 organs chi, the essence of the alpha's entire lifetime's worth of cultivation. That was way too important for Su Zimo. By devouring that inner core, there was a high chance Su Zimo could take a critical step in cultivating his organs, refinement section. The path of cultivation is a long one and is extremely difficult. One wrong step can cause one's body and cultivation to perish. Pathetic, truly tragic. Extreme fire, Tao, Lord's essence, spirit, slowly floated down and laid on the ground, muttering softly as his brows exuded boundless ancientness. Finally, his eyes gradually closed. At that moment, as though he could empathize, Su Zimo felt a little sad as well. Extreme fire Tao, Lord, was many times more powerful than him, but he still ended with such an ending. What was Su Zimo's future, and how far could he go? Furthermore, the path he was taking was even more difficult and bumpy. Thank you for saving my life, imparting me the Tao, and giving me treasures, Senior. Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction of Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's corpse. By now, Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's essence spirit, had already turned bluish-black with hardly any life signs. It was clear he couldn't survive any longer. Heis! Su Zimo sighed and came to the bed, preparing to put away the storage bag left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord. Because the storage bag was locked by the spirit consciousness left behind by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, Su Zimo was unable to open it with his current cultivation. Even so, it was worth looking forward to. As a Tao Lord of one of the 4 dissident groups, how many treasures were there in his storage bag? Su Zimo put away the storage bag and placed the supreme grade flying sword on the ground into his storage bag. Su Zimo muttered softly. The moment he closed the storage bag, he vaguely felt a strange change in that longan-sized Buddha bead in his storage bag. He took the Buddha bead out. The moment he touched it, Su Zimo frowned, and he was even more confused. The Buddha bead actually felt warm to the touch. Weird. Ever since he obtained the Buddha bead from the stone coffin, there had never been any changes to it. This was the first time. Su Zimo looked around his surroundings in deep thought. If he was not wrong, this cave abode or something in here had a connection to the Buddha bead. Holding the Buddha bead in his palm, Su Zimo walked around the cave abode. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and squatted down, looking at Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's essence spirit that was lying not far away. He frowned in silence. A moment later, Su Zimo attempted to straighten his arm and move the Buddha bead closer to Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's essence spirit. Shoo! A streak of light. Under Su Zimo's gaze, Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's essence spirit, was suddenly sucked away by the Buddha bead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed, and he tossed the Buddha bead on the ground hurriedly. Extreme Fire Tao, Lord's essence spirit, was tainted by the poison as well. Now that it was inside the bead would most likely be tainted by the poison too. After observing for a long time, Su Zimo discovered to his shock that the Buddha bead had not changed at all. He did not dare to be careless, picking up a stone rod on the ground to poke the Buddha bead. There was no change in the stone rod as well. This meant that the Buddha bead was not tainted by that terrifying poison. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder he had to be so cautious. That poison was truly way too powerful. Even a cultivator as powerful as Extreme Fire Tao Lord had to meet with such an ending after enduring for 5,000 years. Su Zimo had to be careful. He picked up the Buddha bead and studied it for a while before putting it back into his storage bag. Chapter 204 Devouring Blood. Chapter 204 Devouring Blood. There was nothing left in the cave abode. Su Zimo's gaze finally landed on that demon beast egg. Actually, he did not bear much hope towards that egg. Since this demon beast egg was taken from a ruin 5,000 years ago, it proved that the egg had been there for more than 5,000 years. Even a demon beast might not live that long, let alone a demon beast egg. However, on second thought, Su Zimo realized that the items in the ruin were not ordinary. The stone that might have entered his body, candlelight sword formation, and the poison that managed to even kill a Tao Lord. At that thought, Su Zimo came before the demon beast egg and examined it. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Since Extreme Fire Tao Lord had brought that demon beast egg out from the ruin when he was poisoned, why was the egg not tainted by the poison? Even Extreme Fire Tao Lord's essence spirit was not spared, yet this demon beast egg was fine. It was immune to poison. Su Zimo thought for a moment and picked up the demon beast egg, trying to put it away in his storage bag. He could not do so. His eyes lit up in elation. Only non-living objects like weapons or elixirs could be placed inside the storage bag. Living being with life could not be contained by the storage bag. Now that the demon beast egg could not be placed within, it was proof that there were signs of life within the egg. It was still alive. Su Zimo's thoughts gradually became active again. If he could nurture a spirit beast, it might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, this spirit beast that came from the unknown ruin could very likely be immune to poison. Something like the demon beast egg was extremely rare within Tianhuang mainland, where only the top factions would possess them. These items were all prepared for the paragons of their respective sections. The stronger the bloodline and the rarer the species was, the harder it was to obtain their demon beast eggs, which were extremely precious. After all, demon beast eggs as such would definitely be guarded by extremely powerful pure-blooded and ferocious remnant beasts day and night. Furthermore, they would be located at the deepest areas of any forests or mountains. To obtain a demon beast egg as such, the top experts of the sects would have to turn up and engage in a ferocious battle with the pure-blooded remnant beasts. Even then, success was not guaranteed, and they may even put themselves in danger. Spirit beasts that were born from demon beast eggs were extremely loyal to their cultivators, and there would not be cases of betrayal. Even though Ethereal Peak, as one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, did not have any demon beast eggs, they had instructions on how to hatch demon beast eggs. Firstly, blood was required. It wasn't anything mythical, such as using the drop of blood to tie it to an owner. The principle behind it was simple. The goal of dripping one's blood on it was to remove the aura of the mother from the demon beast egg and let it be replaced with one's blood. That way, during the nurturing process, and when the demon beast hatched, the scent it was most familiar with would be the owner of the blood. Naturally, it would be closest to that person. Su Zimo thought for a moment and took out the supreme-grade flying sword that was crafted by Extreme Fire Tao Lord, injecting spirit chi into it. For spirit patterns lit up at the same time, emitting a cold aura that was extremely intimidating. Given Su Zimo's tough physique, he would not be able to tear through his skin without activating spirit patterns. The sword tip slashed across his left palm ruthlessly, causing a bloody wound to appear. Su Zimo immediately placed his left hand on the demon beast egg and started rubbing it. After smearing all over the demon beast egg, he felt his palm clench as though it was bitten by something. Oh! Su Zimo's expression changed. Right after, a huge suction force erupted from the demon beast egg. Su Zimo's blood flowed uncontrollably from his wound on his left palm into the demon beast egg. It felt as though the demon beast egg was extremely thirsty and was devouring his blood in large mouthfuls. Frowning, Su Zimo yanked and tried to shake off the demon beast egg. However, it was stuck to his palm and he could not shrug it off. All of a sudden, abstruse and complicated patterns on the demon beast egg suddenly emitted a blinding light. It looked strangely weird, illuminating beneath the blood. The speed in which the demon beast egg was devouring blood was much faster than he had imagined. Pissed, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and felt himself going dizzy. At this speed, he would soon be sucked into a dry corpse by the demon beast egg. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo gripped the demon beast egg with his right hand and started tearing it outside. However, the demon beast egg remained stuck firmly on his palm and refused to budge, no matter how he tried. Furthermore, it was sucking his blood still and showed no indication of stopping. Fuck! You really can't touch anything from that ruin carelessly. Su Zimo's face turned pale as he cursed internally. He had two options before him, to either sever his left hand or turn into a dried corpse. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Zimo's mind as he turned and dashed out of the cave abode. While his blood was not sucked dry yet, and he still had strength remaining, Su Zimo swam towards the top of the cold lake with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he leaped out of the cold lake and broke into a stumble, nearly falling over from how weak he was. Ow! When the spirit monkey saw Su Zimo rushing out, it was stunned. After not seeing him for a while, Su Zimo's flesh and blood withered, and he lost a large amount of weight. There was even an egg on his left palm that glowed with blood. Looking confused, the spirit monkey was about to head up when Su Zimo shouted lightly, "Don't come over!" The spirit monkey stopped in its tracks immediately, looking at Su Zimo with widened eyes. Su Zimo arrived at the battlefield from earlier on and looked at the wolf corpses strewn all over the place. Heaving a deep breath of air, he recited a sinister sutra, and his eye flashed with a bloody glint. Blood-devouring technique. This was a secret skill from the Blood Refinement Theme Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly, and the flesh and meat of some wolf corpses in front of him dissipated slowly, turning into a pool of blood and flowing into his mouth. On the one hand, the demon beast egg was devouring Su Zimo's blood endlessly. On the other hand, Su Zimo was devouring the blood of the wolf corpses and managed to save his life. As time passed by, the number of wolf corpses decreased, leaving only sets of white wolf bones on the ground. After a long time, right as Su Zimo was almost unable to endure it anymore, the demon beast egg dropped from his hand with a loud thud and rolled a couple of times on the ground before stopping motionlessly. The bloody light on the demon beast egg faded gradually, and it returned to normal, looking like a fist-sized rock once more. Su Zimo fell and sat on the ground, looking at the demon beast egg with lingering fear before letting out a long breath of air. If he had not experienced it personally, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a small demon beast egg like that would be able to devour all the blood in his body. Ow, ow! The spirit monkey came over and asked. Forcing out a faint smile, Su Zimo replied, "I'm fine. I just nearly got fucked by an egg." Chapter 205, Organs Refinement. Chapter 205, Organs Refinement. Looking at the demon beast egg not far away, Su Zimo felt like he had survived a disaster. If not for the fact that he had cultivated 2 high-quality marrow cleansing techniques and the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he might have been sucked to death by the demon beast egg in an instant. Egg. The spirit monkey walked close to the demon beast egg and blinked its eyes. He grabbed it and sized it up curiously. Surveying the place, Su Zimo's gaze landed on a place and his eyes lit up. Beneath the corpse of the alpha wolf was a round elixir around the size of a fist. It was light red. Demon beast inner core. It was because of this round object that the alpha was able to produce such terrifying strength with a casual strike. In fact, it even destroyed Su Zimo's 6 inferior-grade flying swords. Inner cores varied in color, and it had something to do with the different species of demon beasts. For aquatic demon beasts such as the water shield crocodile and ancient spirit fish, the inner cores they form would be more inclined towards water attributes and would mostly be blue. As for some grass-type demon beasts such as the clover swordgrass and purple-blooded vein, the inner cores they form would be inclined towards grass attributes and would mostly be green. Inner cores had different grades as well. Be any color, the purer it was, the higher the grade. The light red inner core of the alpha could only be considered as a middle-grade inner core. A dark red color would be superior grade, and a deep red color would be supreme grade. If it could condense a scarlet inner core that was the shade of blood, it would be a perfect inner core. Even ancient ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines might not be able to condense perfect inner cores, much less ordinary or ancient remnant beasts. The grades did not refer to the impurities within the inner cores, but the purity level and the size of its strength. The beasts could similarly be at early stage inner core. However, 10 inferior grade inner core spirit demons may not be a match for a single middle grade inner core spirit demon. The alpha wolf was an extremely ordinary spirit beast, and it was already pretty good for it to be able to condense a middle grade inner core. Su Zimo picked up the alpha's inner core and waved to the spirit monkey before heading towards the cave. The skies were already dark and night was about to descend. Even though the man and monkey strength was no longer the same as before, lingering outside the Tsonglang mountain range was still extremely dangerous. When he returned to the cave, Su Zimo divided the inner core into 2 and handed half to the spirit monkey with a smile. "Monkey, this is the alpha wolf's inner core, and it's a great tonic. Eat it and cultivate." The spirit monkey did not decline and swallowed without chewing it. After a slight delay, the spirit monkey's eyes lit up and its expression changed. It hurriedly sat upright and began to cultivate, refining the energy of the inner core as its breathing became heavier. Su Zimo placed the other half of the alpha wolf's inner core into his mouth, chewing it slowly. The inner core wasn't tough and was a little soft. After it entered Su Zimo's stomach, he could feel a massive surge of energy bursting out from it. The energy was a little warm and flowed through his limbs, entering his organs. In that very cave, Su Zimo nearly exploded due to the energy overload of the scarlet flame fruit in the past. Now he did not dare to get careless as he hurriedly cultivated the organ's refinement sutra, breathing in and out to try and refine the power of the inner core that was running rampant in his body. Time slowly passed. The man and the monkey sat in the cave with their eyes tightly shut. Fog rose from their bodies as a dense mist swirled around them. To be fair, if not for this alpha wolf inner core, it would be impossible for Su Zimo to cultivate the organ's refinement section without a couple years of research. But now, thanks to the inner core, he could gradually feel himself approaching the barrier of the organ's refinement section. Inner cores were basically a combination of the bloodline and 5 organs chi. By fusing one's chi and blood, a core would be formed. The creation of an inner core was equivalent to a concrete example of the 5 organ chi, and it activated the organ's refinement section channeling. Gradually, Su Zimo found the feeling on how to refine his organs. By refining the 5 organs, essence chi of the 5 organs would be produced. The 5 organs corresponded to skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow. Organs refinement was not only an improvement of the 5 organs, it was also a baptism for the body, a conclusion of sorts to the first few chapters of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. After a night, Su Zimo continued cultivating. Unknowingly, the injuries inflicted by the battle against the Alpha had already silently healed. Under the nourishment of the 5 organs essence Qi, the hidden ailments left in his body were also repaired. As the sun rose, the spirit monkey's cultivation came to an end. Glancing at Su Zimo, who was still cultivating, the spirit monkey did not disturb him. Instead, it crept to a corner. It looked around furtively, and after ensuring that there was no one else, the spirit monkey secretly took out the demon beast egg and placed it under its butt. Squatting down, the spirit monkey squatted on the demon beast egg in a weird posture, as though it was passing motion. However, there was no feces. Furthermore, the spirit monkey was not sitting on it either. On the other side, Su Zimo was still cultivating. The entire cave was shrouded by a vermilion mist as demonic qi surged into the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. The spirit beasts nearby had long fled from the area after sensing that aura. A figure appeared vaguely within the thick demonic qi. With every single breath, there was a current of air near his nose as though an ancient demon was devouring the entire world. Yet another day and night had passed. All of a sudden, 2 demonic beams of light shone in the vermilion mist. It was a pair of eyes. Su Zimo's cultivation was over. Looking at the thick demonic qi around him, he opened his mouth suddenly and sucked violently. The immense demonic qi gushed into Su Zimo's mouth continuously in a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished. Su Zimo stood up, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body as if beans were being fried. His organs vibrated gently as his blood rumbled, like a tsunami, while his tendons and bones rang together. The Alpha's inner core provided an immense amount of help to Su Zimo. In just 2 nights of cultivation, his physical strength had risen by an entire level thanks to the nourishment of the 5 organs qi. However, at the same time, cultivation of the organs refinement section had once again revealed a hidden ailment of demonic cultivation. Demonic qi. Su Zimo's body had produced demonic qi. When he was cultivating the marrow cleansing section, due to the blood swapping, Su Zimo's new bloodline was completely demonic. The demonic bloodline could alter Su Zimo's physique and appearance. Thankfully, he had managed to obtain the Void Thunder Manual in Thunderclap Valley by accident. Even though it was incomplete, there was the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra that could help him get rid of the hidden ailment of demonification temporarily. But now, the demonic qi in Su Zimo's body was produced by his organs. The Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra could only cleanse the marrow, not the organs. Naturally, the situation this time round was slightly different from before. Su Zimo's appearance could turn completely demonic through his bloodline. However, demonic qi would not alter Su Zimo's physique or appearance. That meant to say that Su Zimo could continue to cultivate the organs refinement section and make use of the demonic qi to nourish his skin, flesh, tendons, bone, and marrow while strengthening his body. The hidden ailment was whether he would be noticed by others when he was unable to make use of the power of his demonic qi. After all, demon qi was way too different from a human's aura. Any cultivators would be able to discern it at the first instance. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. Chapter 206, Returning with the Monkey. The benefit of organs refinement was that one was not only limited to the power of blood, they could also release the power of blood qi. The qi in blood, qi referred to demonic qi. Now that Su Zimo was a human, if he were to release the power of blood qi, he would be shrouded by demonic and he would definitely be taken down at the first instance. Of course, the power of blood alone was more than enough to take down most Foundation establishment cultivators. As long as Su Zimo closed in on his opponents, even if they were at perfected Foundation establishment with many meridians unlocked, the odds would definitely be stacked against them. Su Zimo had left the sect for quite some time. Thankfully, his cultivation speed had not fallen off, and he had received immense benefits along the way. He planned on returning to the sect and digesting everything he had learned completely. On the one hand, he had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible to prepare for the sect competition 3 years later. On the other hand, he had to master the tempering techniques swiftly as well to create middle grade or even superior grade flying swords. That way, he would be able to start cultivating the candlelight sword formation. That was a formation that Su Zimo looked forward to learning. Grade 2 of the candlelight sword formation required a full 18 flying swords before it could be summoned. Ignoring the power of the sword formation itself, even if 18 flying swords were to attack in an overwhelming manner, it would be more than enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to handle. But of course, there was one more thing, hatching that demon beast egg. It came from the ruins and was highly likely to be immune to poison. Not just that, it even absorbed so much of his bloodline. Su Zimo was curious as to what sort of spirit beast that demon beast egg would produce. If it was an ancient remnant beast species, he would have earned big. Remnant beasts referred to the offsprings of pure bloodline ferocious beasts and ordinary demon beasts. Even though their bloodlines were no longer pure, they were still extremely powerful. The alpha wolf and the spirit tiger could only be considered as the most ordinary type of demon beasts and weren't comparable to ferocious beasts. As for Little Crane, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that Little Crane's bloodline was not so simple. There was a chance that it was a remnant beast. The spirit monkey was originally a spirit beast with an ordinary bloodline. However, Daiyu seemed to have imparted a cultivation technique to it. Now, the spirit monkey was no longer ordinary anymore. Su Zimo pondered over whether he should impart the Void Thunder Manual to the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger looked intelligent, it was actually extremely stupid. If its strength did not grow, it would probably not survive in the future. If this demon beast egg could hatch a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Su Zimo's heart raced at the thought of that. The growth potential of pure-blooded, ferocious beasts was huge. Even as cubs that were naive and did not know how to cultivate, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts were already comparable to Qi condensation warriors. The moment they start cultivating, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts can even slay foundation establishment cultivators. That was only just for cubs. If they grow into their youth and adult phases, the power of those pure-blooded, ferocious beasts was unimaginable. Not only that, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts carry with them the ancient memories of their race from a long time ago. Vicissitude and mysterious, nobody could steal the cultivation techniques and secret skills meant for them. Of course, the growth of pure-blooded, ferocious beasts was extremely slow as well. Even without cultivating, most pure-blooded, ferocious beasts have a lifespan of over 10,000 years. If a cultivator were to hatch a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, they might die before the ferocious beast even grows up. At that thought, Su Zimo intuitively searched for the demon beast egg. He looked around the place, but did not see anything. Weird. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The cave was not that big, and he could see its entirety in sight. However, there was no trace of the demon beast egg. I clearly saw that damn monkey take it in. Su Zimo mumbled and looked at the spirit monkey again, exclaiming softly. The spirit monkey's posture looked strange. Even if it was taking a dump, wasn't it squatting for way too long? Furthermore, the spirit monkey hovered without sitting as though there was something under its butt. Su Zimo vaguely guessed something and could not help but roll his eyes. Damn monkey, aren't you tired? When it heard Su Zimo's question, the spirit monkey shook its head and looked towards the entrance of the cave, pretending as if nothing had happened. Su Zimo could not help but laugh. Stop pretending. Hurry and get up. Don't tell me you want to hatch that demon beast egg with your monkey bomb. After being seen through by Su Zimo, A rare blush appeared on the spirit monkey's face as it stood up unwillingly. Upon seeing that, Suzumo was amazed. The spirit monkey was usually extremely thick-skinned and unruly. This was the first time he was seeing it so coy. Ow! Ow! Pausing for a moment, the spirit monkey returned to its normal self and bared its teeth, gesturing and shouting at Suzumo. Even though he had not seen the spirit monkey for 2 years, Suzumo understood what it meant immediately. It was saying that Suzumo knew nothing and should not interfere. Suzumo chided jokingly, "If I don't know anything, you do? You weren't the one who gave birth to that thing, and you've got no blood relation to it, so what are you hatching it for?" The spirit monkey was stunned by Suzumo's words. Ow, ow. Right on the heels of that, the spirit monkey gave Suzumo a disdainful look and gave him a sidelong glance. It was saying, "What do you know? We're both demons and have similar auras. I can still incubate it." Suzumo covered his nose in disdain. "Your auras are far from similar. You reek of feces. Even if you manage to hatch it, it's going to die of your stench." Even though Suzumo had only mentioned it in passing, the spirit monkey became nervous and ran off to the cold lake, washing its body over and over again thoroughly. Suzumo was dumbfounded. Previously, they had fought multiple times over this issue. However, the spirit monkey did not compromise even if it was beaten badly by Suzumo. It continued to wipe its feces every day, enjoying itself while disgusting Suzumo at the same time. But now, it was taking a shower for the demon beast egg. This was really, everything truly had its weakness. After a long time, the spirit monkey finally came forth from the cold lake. It ran to Suzumo and called softly, "It's gone." Suzumo said, "You've nearly washed your skin off. What smell can there be left?" Ow! The spirit monkey gestured and asked where the demon beast egg was. Yawning, Suzumo pointed to his embrace. "It's my egg, stop thinking about it." The spirit monkey pouted and grunted a few times, waving its hand to indicate that it did not care for the egg. However, its eyes were still staring furtively at the demon beast egg in Suzumo's embrace. "Monkey, I've got something to ask you." After a short while, Suzumo suddenly asked, "I'll be returning to the sect soon. Will you come with me?" Suzumo felt a little scared recalling that the spirit monkey nearly got into danger. Even though the spirit monkey was unruly and unsuited for life in the cultivation world, Suzumo could at least look after it if it was with him. "Ow! Ow!" the spirit monkey cried. Suzumo chuckled. "I know that you want to be king of a mountain, but what's the point of being king of this Tsang Lang mountain range? You've got to head out and look for other mountains to be a king at." "Oh!" The spirit monkey thought for a while and pointed at the demon beast egg in Suzumo's embrace, crying a few times. Suzumo could not help but laugh. "All right, if you follow me back, I'll let you hatch this demon beast egg." At the same time, Suzumo thought to himself, "I'm only letting you hatch, not giving it to you. Furthermore, this fella has already sucked so much of my blood. There's no way it'll run off with anyone else." Chapter 207, Plotting in Darkness. Chapter 207, Plotting in Darkness. On this day, a man and monkey arrived in a rush outside of Ethereal Peak. Passing through the fog formation, their descent on the main peak attracted much attention. Junior brother Sue is back. That monkey beside him is another spirit beast of his. Junior brother Sue seems to have a special connection with spirit beasts. Including this monkey, he has 2 now. If one has too many spirit beasts, their power of the blood oath is spread out and will definitely weaken. This Suzumo is going to get into trouble sooner or later. When the disciples caught sight of the man and monkey, their eyes had different looks as they discussed fervently. When Suzumo had just joined the inner sect, he caused quite a stir when he overwhelmed Sun Tao and friends using his thunder techniques. Roar! The monkey felt extremely irritated being pointed at by so many strangers. It bared its teeth and roared menacingly at the many cultivators nearby, causing demonic chi to explode with a killing intent. Its hair stood on ends and made its physique look even bigger and intimidating. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was beside him, given its unruly nature, it would have charged forth and killed everyone. Many cultivators were shocked. The monkey's body was covered with endless blood. To survive in a place like the Songlang mountain range, it had to engage in battles almost every other day. It had experienced endless bloodshed and life and death situations. The aura around the monkey was even more violent and bloodthirsty than the spirit tiger and little crane. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly and raised his palm, patting the monkey on the shoulder gently, indicating for it to relax. On the way earlier, Su Zimo had already reminded the monkey repeatedly that it had to tone down on its animal instincts at ethereal peak. It must not be violently aggressive all the time. Grunting, 2 streams of air shot out from the monkey's nostrils, and the fur on its body gradually went down. Before long, the man and monkey disappeared before everyone. Humph, that beast sure is arrogant. That's because Junior Brother Su was around. If that wasn't the case, I would have killed that beast right on the spot. How dare it shout at us? Many cultivators pretended to scold after the man and monkey was gone. The door of the cave abode was wide open, and both the spirit tiger and Little Crane were sprawled inside, resting. Little Crane was the first to sense something, and looked over. Upon seeing that it was Su Zimo, it cried out in joy. The spirit tiger opened its eyes and looked over lazily. Instantly, it was energized at the sight of Su Zimo and leaped up. Monkey did not have much of a reaction when it saw the tiger and crane, merely twitching its lips in disdain. Following behind Su Zimo, Monkey swaggered in. This is Monkey, who is originally from Songlang mountain range. We went through life and death together. Su Zimo pointed to the spirit tiger and Little Crane. This is Spirit Tiger, and that is Little Crane. The 3 of you can stay together from now on. Don't fight. Chi. When it heard that, Monkey sneered and stretched out its finger, waving it in front of the Spirit Tiger and Little Crane extremely provocatively. Even though Monkey said nothing, its meaning was clear. Even if we fight, you guys are not my match. The Spirit Tiger had just entered Foundation Establishment and was in a cocky youth phase. Furthermore, the Spirit Tiger knew that it had been with Su Zimo the longest. If it was bullied by a monkey that came later, how could it continue to live its days? There was no way the Spirit Tiger could hold back, seeing that hand gesture for Monkey. Roar! It crouched and readied as though it was about to pounce on its prey with a ferocious glint in its eyes. It was ready to strike at any moment. Caw, caw! On the other side, Little Crane could not take it lying down either, crying out a couple of times to Monkey as it prepared to pounce as well. After all, Little Crane had a closer relationship with the Spirit Tiger. Hearing the shouts from within the cave, Su Zimo suddenly felt a headache. Bang! Before long, Monkey and the Spirit Tiger collided massively. It was a pure explosion of strength without any gimmicks. After a momentary pause, the Spirit Tiger was sent flying by Monkey. Slamming onto the wall at the back, the cave abode shook and countless dust settled down. The Spirit Tiger's tendons and bones felt like they were breaking. Even if Monkey had an ordinary bloodline, the cultivation technique imparted to it by Dai Yu would cause that to change. As for the Spirit Tiger, it was indeed nothing more than any other ordinary beasts. Ignoring the fact that there was a difference in their cultivation realms, even if they were at the same realm, the Spirit Tiger would be beaten up badly by Monkey. The difference in their bloodlines was way too great. With a flip, Monkey rode on the Spirit Tiger and started pummeling its head with clenched fists. Gong! 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 After a few consecutive strikes, the Spirit Tiger was completely dazed and was dumb-stricken. Swoosh! Little Crane pounced over from the side, sticking out a pair of sharp talons that glistened with a cold light towards Monkey's back. Without even turning back, Monkey slammed with a rod. The wind howled. Little Crane was shocked and did not dare to take it head-on, dodging to the side to try and deal with it. Against Little Crane, who could fly at any moment, Monkey was helpless as well and could only ride on the spirit tiger while yelling at Little Crane. Ow! Ow! Caw! Caw! Little Crane replied with a high-pitched and agitated tone. The spirit tiger beneath Monkey would roar from time to time as well. The concurrent cries of 3 different demon beasts rang out, and Sue Zimmo could no longer hear clearly what they were talking about. However, he could roughly guess that Monkey wanted to be the king and leader of the trio. However, the spirit tiger and Little Crane were indignant and would not allow it. Monkey took the demon beast egg from Sue Zimmo's hands and pointed at it, screaming for a while. Before long, the 3 spirit beasts reached a common consensus. They would take turns hatching that demon beast egg. Whoever the spirit beast that's hatched chooses to follow will be their king. For 3 spirit beasts, the 24 hours in a day could originally be divided into 8 hours each. However, the spirit tiger was the most pitiful. The 8 hours that it originally had was forcefully taken over by Monkey and Little Crane, leaving it with only 4 hours. In another cave abode of Ethereal Peak, it was dark and quiet. Feng Haoyu assumed a lotus position, surrounded by many spirit stones. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment and had unlocked a meridian. All of a sudden, a sinister wind blew. Feng Haoyu opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to look around and was instead deep in thought, as if he was waiting for something. Sue Zimmo is back. Before long, a hoarse and erratic voice sounded out right in Feng Haoyu's cave abode. Feng Haoyu frowned. The person in the darkness continued. If I'm not wrong, that tempering technique that the disheveled old man obtained in Sky Treasure Auction House should be for him. It's easy to kill Sue Zimmo, Feng Haoyu said in a low voice. However, how can we wipe out the other 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak while killing him at the same time? If we only lay our hands on a single one of them, it's going to alert the rest. The only way to have Ethereal Peak suffer great loss is by crippling 4 of them at the same time. That way, they won't be able to achieve anything in the 4 ranking lists of the sect competition. Don't worry, the opportunity has arrived. The hoarse voice said, once this fight is over, you and I can both return to the sect with honor in our names. Chapter 208, Blood Crow Palace. Chapter 208, Blood Crow Palace. Black Crow Mountain. Situated at the northwest corner of the Great Zhou Dynasty, it was a vast place where beasts roamed. There were many crows in the forest, and most of them were psychic. There were even black crow demons that managed to cultivate supreme powers with terrifying strength and dominance. It was said that there was a golden core that entered the depths of Black Crow Mountain and was never seen ever again. A couple of years ago, a middle-aged man with dark green eyes that shone with a sinister light walked into the depths of Black Crow Mountain without turning back at all. From that day forth, the crows within turned extremely violent and their eyes were bloodshot. The skies above Black Crow Mountain were perennially covered by a blood mist. Deep in the dense forest, a hall named Blood Crow Palace appeared. Within a few short years, sects nearby Black Crow Mountain were all subdued under Blood Crow Palace's command. This day, a pale-faced youth with dark green eyes appeared outside Blood Crow Palace. He was at perfected foundation establishment and knelt on a single knee, cupping his fists in the direction of the hall. Master, a year ago, my blood slave was killed outside of Linfeng City. I've discovered who the killer is. His name is Sue Zimmo, an inner sect disciple of Ethereal Peak. Amidst the blood fog around the forest, Blood Crow Palace was vaguely visible like an ancient that sat on the spot. It was sinister and horrifying, letting out an ice-cold aura. After the young cultivator spoke, Blood Crow Palace fell into a dead silence. As though he was accustomed to it, the young cultivator continued, "This battle caused us to lose a middle-grade spirit mine and more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though they are all outer core disciples, it is still an unprecedented setback. I heard the news that Ethereal Peak Spirit Pool is about to be unsealed. At that time, Ethereal Peak is bound to send their perfected Foundation establishment disciples to receive a baptism of the Spirit Pool. I intend to lead people there and take them down in one fell swoop. At the same time, I can take in the legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak as my blood slaves." After a long time, a voice rang from Blood Crow Palace. "All right, be careful. Take more men with you." The young cultivator lowered his head. "Don't worry, Master. Take Yu Fei and Peng Yu along with you." After a momentary pause, a voice rang out from Blood Crow Palace once more. The young cultivator was delighted and replied hurriedly, "Thank you, Master." "Yes, after this matter, come back and cultivate in seclusion. When the ancient battlefield opens 3 years later, you'll find your true opponents within." After saying that, the voice in Blood Crow Palace went silent once more. Before long, 2 people draped in black robes walked forth. They were expressionless with an occasional flicker of green light in their eyes. "Greetings, young master." The 2 men walked before the young cultivator and knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. The young cultivator nodded in satisfaction. The 2 people before him were golden cores. They were his master's blood slaves. Bearing extremely high standards, the people that his master were willing to accept as blood slaves were far from simple. His master was also the same person who founded Blood Crow Palace, the palatial lord. Given their relationship, even though this man was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, his status in Blood Crow Palace was extremely high. He was the young master of Blood Crow Palace. Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo, Fufufu. Ethereal Peak. Su Zimo had returned for a couple of days and had not spent it idling. Little Fatty, Shui, and other Weapon Peak disciples came to visit, so they naturally had their merry celebrations. During this period, Lung Ro came by as well and chatted with Su Zimo for a little before leaving. In the eyes of Shui and everyone else, that was naturally something to cheer about. In the entire sect, Su Zimo was the only person who could make Lung Ro pay a personal visit. Previously, she had even specially given him 2 talismans. The 2 talismans were kept in his storage bag, and Su Zimo had not used them yet. Even though it wasn't a massive favor, it was clear that the other party had put in quite a bit of effort. Su Zimo intended to create a middle or superior grade spirit weapon after he gained more insights into weapon refinement and give it to Lung Ro. The second day after Su Zimo returned to the sect, before he even had the time to visit the disheveled old man, the latter already took the initiative to visit. "You rascal, where have you been for the past 3 months with no news at all?" The disheveled old man scolded Su Zimo at first sight. Su Zimo replied with a half-truth, "I spent some time at home." "I see." Upon hearing that, the disheveled old man's expression softened and nodded. "Cough." He coughed gently and patted on his storage bag. Instantly, an ancient manual appeared on his palm as he said, calmly, "Take it. This is an ancient tempering manual." True enough. As Su Zimo had expected, the disheveled old man was auctioning for this book at Sky Treasure Auction House for him. The person who wrote this ancient manual is Su Zhan, an advanced weapon refinement master 1,000 years ago. At his peak, he had created tens of supreme-grade spirit weapons, and it was said that he had even created a perfect spirit weapon. Even though there's no remnant projections of his weapon refinement process, you can study this ancient manual well. With your perceptivity in weapon refinement, it should not be an issue for you to create middle or even superior-grade spirit weapons in the future. The disheveled old man was extremely confident in Suzimo. Even though Suzimo already knew how the ancient tempering manual came about, it would attract the disheveled old man's suspicions if he acted too calmly. Suzimo could only appear to be delighted and asked, "Master, this ancient manual must cost a lot of spirit stones, right?" It's all right." The disheveled old man nodded and replied indifferently, "At that time, the competition for this manual was extremely intense, and I was unable to get it at the start, too. In the end, I bumped into an old friend." At that point, the disheveled old man beat around the bush intentionally before continuing leisurely, That friend of mine has a powerful background, and without a second word, he gave it to me on the spot." Even though the disheveled old man was trying his best to contain himself, his eyes were filled with pride. "Zimo, let me tell you how the scene was like at that time. That huge auction house fell entirely silent. Even if others had spirit stones, they could not use it. No one could stop this friend of mine from giving it to me. Everyone else could only watch dumbfounded in envy." When he heard the disheveled old man bragging, Suzimo could not help but lower his head and almost chuckled. "Zimo, what's wrong? You don't believe me?" The disheveled old man raised his brow when he noticed Suzimo's abnormality. "No." Suzimo waved it off hurriedly. Cough, all right, that's enough. Cultivate well." The disheveled old man seemed to have realized that he had gone slightly overboard with his bragging, and added before turning to leave, "In reality, if it was just this ancient tempering manual without any remnant projections, Suzimo would not have achieved much in his future. However, Extreme Fire Tao Lord had enacted a weapon refinement process for Suzimo beneath the cold lake of the cave abode. It was a perfect and flawless weapon refinement process. Coupled with the ancient tempering manual in his hands, along with Suzimo's personal spirit gathering method, he had confidence of creating a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It wasn't an occasional creation, depending on his condition. It had a 100% success rate. Chapter 209, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast? Chapter 209, Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. In the following period of time, Suzimo resumed his usual cultivation habits. He spent part of his days on raising his cultivation realm, but most of it was spent on weapon refinement studies. Come night time, Suzimo would lock his cave abode and activate his formation to begin demonic cultivation and organs refinement. Because organs refinement would produce an endless stream of rich demonic chi, the formation was used to prevent outsiders from entering, as well as to conceal the aura within the cave abode. In the morning of the next day, the demonic chi would be absorbed by Suzimo entirely. For those past few days, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane took turns around the demon beast egg. After Monkey incubated it for 10 hours, it was Little Crane's turn. Every day, when it was late at night, they left a miserable 4 hours for the Spirit Tiger. The Spirit Tiger would hug the demon beast egg in front of its chest, and even lick it from time to time. It blinked its eyes and sighed. "At this rate, no matter who ends up as the leader, I'm definitely going to be at the bottom." The Spirit Tiger looked at the demon beast egg and thought to itself, "Hurry and come out. That way I can have a lackey. If not, my days are going to be hell, and that monkey and stupid bird is going to bully the shit out of me." For hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Spirit Tiger felt as though it had just wrapped its arms around the demon beast egg. Before it was even warm, Monkey came over and whisked it away to sit on it. Even though the Spirit Tiger felt indignant, it did not dare to resist and could only watch at the side pitifully. For some reason, Suzimo felt that Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane were all very concerned about that demon beast egg, treating it with extreme care. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else was allowed to touch the egg. No one could be sure which was more effective, Suzimo's bloodline or the 3 beasts taking turns to take care of it. A few days later, the demon beast egg truly had a reaction. Within, signs of life began to emanate. At first, it was extremely feeble. However, it became clearer and more intense as time passed. When it heard that Su Zimo had brought back a demon beast egg from a ruin, the mystical guardian beast, Senior Crane, came by a couple of times and was rather concerned about the incubation process of the egg as well. During this period of time, Su Zimo looked through many ancient books about demon beasts. He firmly memorized all sorts of information about various demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts, and even pure-blooded ferocious beasts. According to Senior Crane, if a pure-blooded ferocious beast was born, it would alarm the heavens and there would definitely be a universal phenomenon. The stronger the bloodline of the ferocious beast, the more intense and terrifying the accompanying universal phenomenon would be. It was said when a Bai Fong is born, a shade of vermilion would paint the entire skies red. In fact, there might even be fire rains. When a responding dragon is born, clouds will fill the skies and cause rain to pour. This phenomenon will last for at least 7 days and nights, causing the nearby rivers and lakes to overflow and even form a powerful flood. The arrival of a Zhu Yen brings about chaos to the world and continuous flames of war. When some ferocious beasts are born, they might even bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe for countries and dynasties. Such examples have been rampant since the ancient era. If a remnant beast was born, even though there won't be any universal phenomenons, there would be accompanying brilliant colors to indicate their unique bloodline as proof that their future would be different from ordinary beasts. A month later, the signs of life from that demon beast egg became more intense, almost reaching a peak. This meant that the life within the demon beast egg could descend at any moment. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sense of nervousness. Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane had been busy for the entire time, spending most of their attention on the demon beast egg. Su Zimo truly could not tell who the spirit beast would follow after it was hatched. One day, Monkey, who was squatting on the demon beast egg, suddenly jolted upright. Monkey's odd behavior attracted the gazes of Spirit Tiger and Little Crane. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over as well. On the ground, not far away, the demon beast egg shook gently. A new life was struggling within, trying to enter this world. All of a sudden, a red-headed beauty appeared in the cave abode. This was the human form of Senior Crane. She had a solemn expression and looked at the demon beast egg keenly with pursed lips. Swash! Su Zimo's vision blurred as yet another cultivator appeared in the cultivator, possessing an immense aura and a reserved gaze. This was the sect master, Ling Yin. Even though sect master Ling Yin had never been here before, he was clearly paying attention to this matter. Before long, the 5 peak masters arrived. Right after, many grand elders of the sect arrived as well. There were elderly men with long white beards and old women with wooden staffs. Everyone looked at the demon beast egg on the ground with a hint of anticipation. Anyone who could become grand elders of the sect were all nascent, soul, perfected lords. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. This was quite a commotion. Other than an assault or major calamity of the sect, there was probably nothing that could gather so many people. These people were all the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak. The initially spacious cave abode became evidently crowded after these people arrived. Monkey, Spirit Demon, and Little Crane sat down in 3 directions, maintaining the same distance between them and the egg while protecting it in the middle. Su Zimo was squeezed out of the crowd. If it was just the hatching of an ordinary demon beast, there wouldn't be this many people paying attention to it. However, all of them had heard that this demon beast egg was retrieved from a ruin. Furthermore, there were many obscure and complicated patterns etched on the shell. This was something worthy of everyone's attention. Yes, those patterns are indeed mysterious. Even with my experience, I can't tell what those patterns are. A nascent soul old man stared at the demon beast egg for a long time before saying slowly, An old woman frowned and said, "It seems to be some sort of a heritage. Seems like this demon beast has quite a powerful background." "It's not simple," someone else nodded in agreement. Right then, that initially shaking demon beast egg came to a sudden stop, drawing everyone's attention. The masses held their breaths. There was complete silence in the cave abode, such that one could hear a pin drop. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Everyone's eyes lit up. A faint crack had appeared on the demon beast egg. After a short pause, crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds came from the surface of the demon beast egg. In the blink of an eye, 3 more cracks appeared on the shell. The sounds became clearer as tiny cracks spread around the entire egg densely. All of a sudden, piak! A tiny hole broke at the top of the egg. Peeling away the shell bit by bit, a pitch-black talon was the first to be seen. The eyes of Senior Crane's human form, the red-headed beauty, dimmed slightly in disappointment. Sect Masterling Yun frowned and sighed lightly. Some of the nascent soul grand elders also sent their spirit consciousness to check outside the cave abode. They retracted their spirit consciousness upon discovering that there was no abnormality. It was very calm outside without any signs of a universal phenomenon happening. This meant that the demon beast before them had nothing to do with a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. The many grand elders shook their heads. They had come to see if a pure-blooded, ferocious beast could be produced. If it was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, that would be the biggest thing that had happened in the sect for thousands of years. Alas! Everyone had arrived excitedly, only to be disappointed. Chapter 210, Wild Beast? Black Bear? Chapter 210, Wild Beast? Black Bear. Su Zimo had once fantasized that it would be great if a pure-blooded, ferocious beast was hatched as well. However, the moment this life was born, Su Zimo felt a vague feeling in his bloodline. It was faint, but extremely mysterious. He smiled gently. No matter the endowment or bloodline of the demon beast, Su Zimo decided that he would keep it by his side and raise it. Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane looked at the shattered egg in the middle nervously too. Their eyes were widened with curiosity. In the hearts of Monkey and Little Crane, this little fellow was a shared child, be it a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast. Even if a sow was born, they were going to take good care of it and not let it suffer in the future. In Spirit Tiger's heart, it hoped that the little fellow would just be an ordinary demon beast. In fact, the weaker it was, the better. That way its standing would rise and it need not be bullied all day. At the same time, it could also take in a lackey. If it had a sudden impulse, it could even bully that little fellow to feel good. Caw, caw! The Spirit Tiger's mouth gaped and drooled with a foolish smile. It was completely immersed in its fantasies of a beautiful future. Piak! Yet another talon stretched out. It was pitch black and tore at both sides. The crack on the shell was turning bigger. At the sight of that, everyone in the cave abode were increasingly disappointed as they shook their heads and sighed. It was fine if there was no universal phenomenon and it wasn't a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. But why aren't there any spectacular colors now that the shell has cracked? What did this prove? It proved that the beast was not an ancient remnant beast as well. All the top cultivators of Ethereal Peak were mobilized here in excitement only to watch the birth of an ordinary demon beast. The psychological disparity was too great. The sect had already reared many of such ordinary demon beasts. Poof! The shell was torn open by a small gap and a black head popped out. It looked like a dog with its eyes closed tightly and felt extremely weak. Seemingly hungry, the little beast sniffed around with its nose and grabbed the eggshell shards beside it, stuffing them into its mouth. Munch, munch. In a short while, the little beast finished the eggshell that was the size of a fist. Now, the little beast's features were fully exposed to everyone. It was bare and pitch black, looking extremely ordinary. Perhaps because it had just eaten the eggshell, its body was a little swollen. Once again, the cave abode fell into silence. The atmosphere was strange. Everyone looked at the little beast with a weird expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even though everyone had already determined that this was neither a pure-blooded ferocious beast or ancient remnant beast, this was way too ordinary. An old man shook his head. Even if there is no universal phenomenon or brilliant lights, a normal demon beast would contain demonic chi upon being born, since they spent a long time in their mother's body. The thicker the demonic chi, the stronger the demon beast was. But this little beast, sigh. The old man did not continue, but everyone knew what he meant. Ever since it broke out of the shell till now, the little beast did not possess the slightest bit of demonic chi. This meant that it wasn't even a demon beast. It could only be considered as a wild beast. This little beast doesn't have any intelligence. It didn't even know how to open its eyes. It's too weak. An old woman at the side shook her head. Even though her words were harsh, it was the truth. Everyone knew that wild beasts were not psychic and did not have much intellect. Su Zimo frowned hard and tried to recall all the ancient books he had read. He drew comparisons between the appearance of the little beast and all the demon beasts, ancient remnant beasts, and pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After a round of comparison, Su Zimo discovered that there was no demon beast that matched the little beast before him. In terms of similarity, the little beast resembled a black bear cub the most. In a ruin more than 5,000 years ago, Extreme Fire Tao Lord risked his life to bring back a demon beast egg only for it to hatch a black bear. Su Zimo's mouth twitched. If Extreme Fire Tao Lord was still alive and saw this, he would probably die still out of anger. Of course, the little beast was not exactly the same as a black bear. It had a slightly swollen body, and its head was like a dog. Its palm had a blood-red cushion in the middle, and it had claws longer than a black bear that could be retracted freely. Here! The little beast tried its best to open its mouth and let out a sound. It did not sound like a powerful roar from a demonic beast, but rather it looked like a newborn baby who was learning to speak. Foo-foo. There was friendly laughter all around. Even its cry was so weak. Even though no one could confirm the origin of the little beast, many signs indicated that this was the most ordinary type of wild beast. The spirit tiger was delighted. Everything went smoothly as it had expected. It finally had a lackey it could trample on. The little beast trod out clumsily, trying to walk. It swayed and looked like it could fall at any moment. Here! Crying out once more, the little beast sniffed through the air, as if searching for something. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it could only recognize its way through scent. Monkey, spirit tiger, and little crane immediately turned nervous. They had a prior agreement that after the little beast was born, whoever it looked for would be the boss between the few of them. The little beast stood rooted on the spot for a moment before turning around. Slowly, it walked towards the spirit tiger in a clumsy manner. The spirit tiger got excited immediately and nearly lost control of himself, jumping up and roaring wildly. Happiness came too suddenly. Initially, the spirit tiger thought that it was already not bad now that he had a lackey. From the looks of it, he even had a chance of being the boss now. The tables have turned, and I've finally made it. It's been a tough journey. The spirit tiger looked at the little beast its best to walk over, and was moved to tears. On the other side, Monkey and Little Crane were indignant, their faces full of displeasure. In a great mood, the spirit tiger pointed at Monkey and shook its head, even shamelessly sticking its tongue out gleefully. Monkey gritted its teeth and clenched its fists so tightly that its knuckles cracked. Its eyes were almost spewing fire. Upon seeing Monkey's state, the spirit tiger trembled in fear and hurriedly retracted his tongue. At that moment, the little beast had already arrived in front of the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger licked its face and leaned over, revealing a smile that he thought was the kindest. After a slight pause, the little beast wrapped around the spirit tiger's huge face and continued walking forth. Ah, the smile on the spirit tiger's face froze. This is fucking awkward. The spirit tiger wanted to cry and curse it internally. Damned black bear, you were lying? You're going to get me killed. The spirit tiger turned around right away and looked at Monkey obsequiously, feeling a deep sense of remorse and regret for his provocations earlier. Monkey ignored the spirit tiger entirely and kept watching the little beast. Even though its eyes were shut and it had just learned how to walk, the little beast still maneuvered through the crowd and arrived in front of Su Zimo after much difficulty. Chapter 211, Terrifying Little Beast. Chapter 211, Terrifying Little Beast. Little Beast raised its head and sniffed carefully again, as if making a confirmation. After a while, it climbed up Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo was in a lotus position and wasn't too tall. However, because Little Beast was too short, it tried to climb up from under Su Zimo's shirt, but failed after several attempts. Instead, it fell and rolled over, causing a series of laughter. Many grand elders started to take their leave. It was meaningless to stay here any further. Even though that black bear was extremely cute, it was but a mere wild beast, nothing unlike rabbits and dogs by the roadside. Su Zimo did not care. No matter what, he was going to raise this little beast and make it a powerful existence. So what if it was a wild beast? He did not have a spirit root in the first place as well. But now, haven't he managed to become a cultivator as well? Nobody could decide how they were born. However, the paths they took and their achievements in the future would depend on their diligence and opportunities. Little Beast continued to roll over a few times, covering its body dirtily in dust. With its closed eyes, it rubbed itself against Su Zimo's feet gently in sadness. Su Zimo hardened his heart and remained silent. He did not help Little Beast, hoping for it to climb up on its own. Hia! Hia! Little Beast raised its head and opened its toothless mouth. With all its strength, it cried out in a childish voice, pitifully. Su Zimo's heart softened and he could no longer hold on. He quickly reached out and lifted Little Beast. Perhaps because it was just born, Little Beast was not huge. At around half a foot long, it fit Su Zimo's palm perfectly. Chuckling, Su Zimo held Little Beast with his left hand and teased it playfully with his right. Zimo, this black bear's endowment is too poor. Don't sign a blood oath with it. The disheveled old man was worried and came over to remind him. Even though the power of a blood oath was strong, its power would weaken if one made too many blood oaths. It was hard to guarantee that the demon beasts would not betray and kill their owners in the future. Therefore, most cultivators would only sign a blood oath with a single demon beast, 2 at most. In the eyes of the disheveled old man and everyone else, Su Zimo's life could be in danger if he continued signing blood oaths with demon beasts. Sect Masterling Yun nodded in Su Zimo's direction as well. This little beast has yet to gain sentience. Just raise it casually and don't think too much about it. With that said, Ling Yun turned to leave. Su Zimo's head was lowered in silence. When the 5 Peak Masters saw that, they thought that he received a huge blow and was greatly disappointed. They could not help but sigh lightly and leave the place. At that moment, Su Zimo was looking at Little Beast sprawled on his lap with a strange gaze, seemingly in deep thought. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Little Beast was an ordinary wild beast as well. Perhaps it was truly a black bear's cub that had yet to gain sentience and was merely cute. However, an action by Little Beast earlier on changed Su Zimo's mind entirely. Little Beast was definitely not as simple as everyone thought it to be. Earlier on, Su Zimo teased Little Beast with his right hand. Immediately, Little Beast's expression changed. It seemed to have sensed something and stuck its nose out, sniffing Su Zimo's right hand carefully. Finally, Little Beast opened its mouth and licked Sue Zimo's fingertips. Finally, it changed to a comfortable position before falling asleep. That action seemed like it was nothing. However, it caused a huge stir in Sue Zimo's heart. His right hand could be considered as his strongest trump card, helping him escape from danger twice. No one in the entire cave abode knew about the secret behind his right hand. Even Senior Crane was clueless about it. However, Little Beast had just been born and was able to sense it without being able to open its eyes. It tried its best to come over and grab his right hand. This was definitely not a coincidence. Senior Crane had not left and was still in the cave abode. Sue Zimo looked over and could not help but ask, "Senior, do you recognize this little beast?" Senior Crane walked over slowly, standing in front of Sue Zimo, and looked at Little Beast carefully before shaking her head. "No, I don't recall ever seeing a demon beast as such. Could the ancient books have left it out?" Sue Zimo asked again. "It's possible," Senior Crane said in a low voice. "After all, it's been a long time since the primordial era till now. Coupled with the many demon beasts that have gone extinct, there's a chance it could be left out." Pausing for a moment, Senior Crane continued. "However, it's true that there's no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors, or demonic chi when this beast was born. Perhaps it might be just an ordinary black bear." As she said that, Senior Crane bent over and reached out, wanting to touch Little Beast. All of a sudden, Little Beast that was initially sleeping woke up. Even though its eyes were still closed, it was clearly a little nervous, as though it sensed that a foreign aura was approaching. Little Beast stuck its head out and sniffed. The claws that were initially retracted peeked out gradually, revealing a cold and dark glint. Such keen senses! Sue Zimo's eyes lit up. Little Beast was born less than an hour ago and could not even open its eyes. However, in its slumber, it could still sense an unfamiliar aura and jolt awake. With such a reaction, it was proof that Little Beast was extraordinary. Sue Zimo was a little happy. "Phoo!" Senior Crane froze for a moment before chuckling. "This little fellow is quite sharp." With that said, Senior Crane extended her finger and tapped Little Beast's forehead dotingly. Instantly, Little Beast retreated hurriedly. However, it was too slow and did not have a good balance of its body yet. As though realizing that it could not dodge it, Little Beast stretched out its claws hastily and scratched Senior Crane's palm in a frantic motion. When he saw that, Sue Zimo smiled. This little beast was quite interesting. To think that it knew how to counterattack. Sue Zimo was about to speak when he realized that there was something strange about Senior Crane's gaze. She stood where she was, frozen and motionless. "Senior, what's wrong?" Sue Zimo frowned and asked automatically. "Wrong." After a moment, Senior Crane snapped out of her stupor as though she was gravely shocked. Somewhat out of sorts, she mumbled repeatedly, "Wrong! We were all wrong. What do you mean?" Sue Zimo was puzzled. Senior Crane looked at Little Beast, who was hiding in Sue Zimo's embrace with a lit-up gaze. In fact, there was even a hint of fear as she asked uncertainly, "That little fellow just scratched me." "That's right," Sue Zimo nodded, not understanding what Senior Crane meant. She took a deep breath of air and said slowly, "It hurt me." Sue Zimo was frozen on the spot, feeling a chill run down his spine. Senior Crane's cultivation was no weaker than a nascent, soul-perfected lord. Furthermore, being a demon, Senior Crane's body was extremely powerful to begin with. Even if Little Beast was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, its claws wouldn't pose any threat. It would merely scratch Senior Crane like an itch. But Senior Crane had actually felt pain. The most terrifying thing was that Little Beast was born for less than an hour. If that scratch had landed on Sue Zimo's body earlier on, it would have carved a few holes in his body. Chapter 212, Night Spirit. Chapter 212, Night Spirit. Even though they did not know the origin of Little Beast, it was not hard to imagine how terrifying it would be after it grew up. The background of this little beast is probably far from simple. Take good care of it, and it'll definitely be of great help to you in the future. Senior Crane said and looked at Little Beast carefully, her eyes filled with puzzlement. What was going on here? This was a little beast that had no universal phenomenon, spectacular colors, or even demonic chi when it was born. How did it possess such destructive powers? Senior Crane shook her head and left in confusion. Before she left, Senior Crane was still worried and turned around to warn Sue Zimmo, "By the way, watch over it. Don't let it run around in the sect." "Don't worry, Senior." Sue Zimmo nodded. "I'll guard it during this period of time and not let anything happen to it." Now that Sue Zimmo thought about it, Little Beast was basically a newborn that could not even open its eyes. It knew nothing and was at its weakest. If he allowed it to run around the sect, it might end up losing its life. Senior Crane's lips twitched, and she rolled her eyes in a human-like manner. "I'm worried that something might happen to other people." Sue Zimmo. After Senior Crane left, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane came over. Earlier on, Spirit Tiger made fun of Monkey and was beaten up by the latter while Little Crane watched on happily. As such, neither of the three paid attention to the conversation between Senior Crane and Sue Zimmo. After returning, Spirit Tiger glared at Little Beast bitterly and thought to himself, "Black Bear, I was really done in by you. I'll remember this and settle it with you after you grow older." Humph. Little Beast was truly way too stumpy that the Spirit Tiger was worried it might be killed with a single smack. In just a day, Little Beast was able to open its eyes. Its eyes were dark and sparkling, exuding intelligence like a pair of dazzling gems. On that day, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane left the sect and obtained the milk of many demon beasts, placing everything in front of Little Beast. Little Beast took a sniff without drinking any. It seemed a little disdainful. Instead, Little Beast chose to continue sucking on the fingers of Sue Zimmo's right hand. Perhaps owing to the eggshell, Little Beast did not get hungry for an entire week. The most common thing Little Beast did was to lie on Sue Zimmo's lap and sleep soundly while chewing on his right hand's fingers. During this period of time, Sue Zimmo had a rough grasp of Little Beast's temperament as well. It was the closest to him and would stick to him every day. Because Little Beast was extremely sensitive to foreign auras, it would be on guard or even retaliate if any stranger got close to it. Other than Sue Zimmo, it was also relatively close to Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane. From that point of view, the three of them did not waste their month for nothing. At times, the four of them would even play around in the cave abode happily. Upon seeing that, Sue Zimmo would always feel a sense of warmth and smile. After a week, Little Beast's teeth grew out. Even though they were small, they were extremely sharp and not weaker than its claws. However, what puzzled Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane was that no matter the type of spirit beast they hunted, Little Beast would only go up and sniff instead of eating it. Even if it was hungry, it would choose to suck on Sue Zimmo's fingers rather than eat those actual food. That's strange. Sue Zimmo was perplexed as well. Could Little Beast be vegetarian? On second thought, Sue Zimmo felt that it was not right. The claws and teeth of Little Beast did not seem as though they were meant for it to be vegetarian. These few days, Sue Zimmo did not cultivate much. Instead, he specially refined a few cauldrons of elixirs and selected the supreme grade and perfect ones for Little Beast. Yet, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane were the ones fighting for it, while Little Beast refused everything. That's strange. Sue Zimmo tapped on Little Beast's head and chided lightly, "Why are you not eating everything?" Here. Little Beast had yet to master demon language and could only cry out in heas. Blinking its diamond black eyes, it looked aggrieved. This day, Monkey and Little Crane went out to hunt. Su Zimo sat on his stone bed and held spirit stones in both hands, seemingly in cultivation, and could not be distracted. The opportunity is here. The spirit tiger had been cultivating the Void Thunder Manual during this period of time and felt that it had gotten stronger. It was now a foundation establishment spirit demon. Rubbing its paws together, the spirit tiger was prepared to take this opportunity to teach Little Beast a good lesson. It wanted to impose the image of a mighty, ferocious, and unstoppable being in Little Beast's heart. Black Bear, stop sleeping. Wake up. The spirit tiger sneaked in front of Little Beast and growled softly, slapping Little Beast's head with a backhand. Initially asleep, Little Beast's body quivered and it stuck out its claws, blocking instinctively. Flashes of blood appeared. A few bloody holes appeared on the spirit tiger's paws. The spirit tiger was dumbfounded. Little Beast was completely awake as well. Ow! Howling in pain with a pale face, the spirit tiger glared at Little Beast and gritted its teeth, snarling, "Black Bear! You're not trustworthy at all. Even when you're asleep, you're so nervous. You've screwed me to death." Little Beast leaned over in embarrassment and stuck its tongue out to lick the spirit tiger's paw as a form of comfort. It's completely different from what I imagined. Even after this black bear is born, I'm still the weakest. The spirit tiger's face was covered in tears as sadness welled up in him. Right then, Monkey strode into the cave abode, covered in blood. It was carrying a leopard on its shoulders, huge like a small mountain and covered in green fur. Emerald Cloud Leopard. Su Zimo recognized the leopard at first glance. It was an ancient remnant beast that was extremely strong. The Emerald Cloud Leopard's head was smashed in, and it was filled with injuries all over, clearly already dead. Monkey had many wounds on its body as well. It was a devastating battle. The moment the Emerald Cloud Leopard's corpse was placed down, Little Beast suddenly jumped off Su Zimo and ran over to the corpse to sniff. Shing! Little Beast stretched its claws and cut through the skin and flesh of the Emerald Cloud Leopard easily. It opened its mouth and chomped down on a piece of meat, swallowing it. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the sight of that. He had been observing Little Beast during this period of time. In the past 10 days, Little Beast's body grew a little more. It was no longer bloated, nor similar to a black bear. Little Beast's head resembled that of a dog's, while its figure resembled a tiger's. Pitch black, it had no fur, and upon retracting its claws, it could walk without a single sound. Su Zimo examined Little Beast's claws and teeth carefully. Be it in terms of structure or sharpness, it was something he had never seen before. Furthermore, Little Beast had displayed signs of its terrifying combat talent while it was playing in the past couple of days. That combat talent seemed to be an instinct. Extremely sharp claws and teeth, keen sense of smell, robust strength, explosive power, terrifying combat talent. A demon beast, as such, was practically born to kill. In front of Su Zimo, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane, Little Beast was extremely docile and adorable. However, late in the night, it would stand up quietly and patrol the cave abode, surveying with an icy stare. Occasionally, Little Beast would stand outside the cave abode and look up at the full moon, emitting an inexplicable aura that was vicissitude and mysterious. It was like a god walking through the mortal realms at night. How about we call you Night Spirit from now on? Su Zimo mumbled. Chapter 213. 3 Great Legacy Disciples. Chapter 213. 3 Great Legacy Disciples. For the next half a month, Su Zimo discovered that Night Spirit, the mysterious little beast, was extremely picky with its food. It did not touch the flesh of ordinary demon beasts at all. When it came to ancient remnant beasts, Night Spirit would choose to eat some. It did not seem like it enjoyed them either, eating very little. Su Zimo did not give much thought to it, merely assuming that they had not found the right food. After all, most demon beasts would not eat every other demon beast as well. they had their own preference too. Su Zimo planned to wait till Night Spirit was older before taking it out so that it could hunt on its own to see the type of demon beasts it preferred. As time went by, Night Spirit's body began to turn rougher, as though something was growing out. A month later, the disheveled old man came for a sudden visit. "Zimo, I've got good news," he said with a smile the moment he entered. "Prepare yourself. 3 days later, when Xian and some of the elders are going to take you somewhere." "Huh? Where?" Su Zimo asked. 50 kilometers away from the sect exists Dongling Valley, a place with a unique terrain that is a natural spirit gathering spot. All the surrounding spirit chi in the area are gathered in the valley and injected into a spirit pool. The disheveled old man continued. Every 10 years, when the spirit pool is filled, it will open once for the perfected foundation establishment cultivators of the sect to cultivate within. A single year of cultivation within is equivalent to 5 years outside. Su Zimo nodded. In that case, Dongling Valley was truly a blessed place. However, a doubt rose in Su Zimo's heart as he said, "Master, I'm not at perfected foundation establishment." The disheveled old man chuckled. This was initially none of your business indeed. However, Elder Chen made a suggestion to allow some of the inner sect disciples with immense talent and potential to cultivate within the spirit pool as well. In the main hall of Ethereal Palace, Elder Chen even mentioned your name specifically. Oh, Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He had only joined the inner sect for a short period of time and was mostly in seclusion. As such, he truly did not know who this Elder Chen was. The disheveled old man continued, "Zimo, when you see Elder Chen 3 days later, make sure to thank him properly." Su Zimo nodded. After returning to the sect, Su Zimo's schedule had been very packed. Apart from researching weapon refinement techniques, he had to work on the candlelight sword formation while raising his immortality and demonic cultivation alongside taking care of Night Spirit. It was rare for him to have such an opportunity. Su Zimo could make use of this to put everything aside and focus on his cultivation so that he could make an early breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Su Zimo naturally could not take Monkey, Spirit Tiger, and Little Crane along with him for this trip. Moreover, Dongling Valley was a place for immortality cultivators, and it was useless even if Monkey and the others joined him. However, when it heard that Su Zimo was going to leave Night Spirit, he had nonstop and insisted on tagging along no matter what. After hesitating for a long time, Su Zimo's heart softened and he finally agreed to it. For the past month, under Su Zimo's strict orders, Night Spirit had not taken a single step out of the cave abode. It's probably time for it to take a look at the world outside. At that thought, Su Zimo stuffed Night Spirit inside his robes and instructed for it to not come out before leaving the cave abode. The gathering spot was the front peak of the sect. Upon arriving, Su Zimo caught sight of 2 familiar faces, Little Fatty and Lung Ro. "Bro, here." Little Fatty waved to him. Lung Ro nodded slightly and greeted Junior Brother Su. Given Lung Ro's character, the fact that she would take the initiative to greet someone was already unprecedented. It had been a while since they last met, and both Little Fatty and Lung Ro were at late-stage foundation establishment. Of course, that did not mean that Su Zimo's cultivation speed was not fast enough. It was the opposite. Su Zimo's cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Despite spending a good half of his efforts on elixir and weapon refinement, formations, and demonic cultivation, his immortality cultivation realm did not fall behind. Beside Little Fatty and Lung Ro stood 30-odd inner sect disciples. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. These inner sect disciples were all at late-stage foundation establishment. Su Zimo raised his brows but did not say anything. As time passed by, more cultivators arrived gradually. Surveying from the beginning, be it the cultivators that arrived first or later on. Su Zimo realized that he was the only mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo sensed an unusual aura and felt that something was amiss. If this Dongling Valley trip was based on one's cultivation, late-stage Foundation establishment disciples should be ranked before him, who was at mid-stage Foundation establishment. If it was in terms of potential and endowment, why was it that other than him the rest were all at late-stage and perfected Foundation establishment? The arrangement was filled with conflict, no matter how he looked at it. Look, those are the 3 great legacy disciples of our sect. Little Fatty gave a low cry and pointed at 3 people who were flying over not far away. The gray-robed cultivator on the left is Ji Qingtian, and it's said that he's a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. Typically, perfected Foundation establishment cultivators would be referred to by the number of meridians they have unlocked. The blue-robed cultivator on the right is Luo Yi, and he's also a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment. In the middle is the leader of the 3 great legacy disciples, Qin Yu. He's at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and is also the true number 1 of the inner sect. I even heard from Master that Qin Yu has a chance of unlocking the 6th Meridian before the sect competition. Normally, one would have an extremely high chance of forming a core if they had 4 Meridians unlocked. In the sect competition, for Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had a chance of ranking in the top 10, while 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were shoo-in for the top 10. As for 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators, it was considered to be very good if 1 or 2 of them appeared in the once every 10 years sect competition. From that viewpoint, one could understand the preciousness of one of Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills. Ethereal Foundation Establishment Manual. Cultivating Ethereal Foundation Establishment would ensure at least 4 unlocked meridians. Thereafter, it would depend on the cultivator's own endowment, talent, perceptiveness, and fate. Through thousands of years, there had indeed been disciples of the sect who had unlocked 6 meridians. In Tianhuang mainland, even if those at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment continued cultivating till they were 100 years old, they might not be able to unlock the 7th meridian. If they wanted to progress, they had to enter the ancient battlefield. That was the only place where they could obtain heavenly defying opportunities and lock their 7th, even 8th meridians. The reason why cultivators wanted to unlock as many meridians as possible wasn't only because of the increase in strength, it was preparation for core formation. The quality of a golden core formed from 4 meridians was naturally incomparable to the quality of one formed from 5 meridians. The quality of a golden core of 5 meridians was incomparable to a golden core of 6 meridians. It was said that once the quality of a golden core reaches a certain level, the spirit energy in their bodies would achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, and a phenomenon that would shock the world would be born. That was the famous golden core phenomenon of the cultivation world. Chapter 214, Change of Weather. Chapter 214, Change of Weather. Throughout history, there had been countless cultivators who had formed a core. However, none of them achieved a golden core phenomenon. As everyone had different learnings and experiences, their understanding of core formation as well as number of meridians unlocked were different as well. The many different factors would form various golden core phenomenons. The power formed by the golden core phenomenons were different as well. Some phenomenons were so mighty that they could shake the world and form tsunamis upon release. However, some other phenomenons were relatively weaker. As the saying goes, a phenomenon is bound to occur when 8 meridians are unlocked. However, unlocking 8 meridians was as difficult as ascending the skies itself. Thousands of years ago, including the founder master of Ethereal Peak, there had only been a single person who had unlocked all 8 meridians. That was none other than the owner of the mystic gold silk armor, the terrifying expert who left the Void Thunder Manual behind. Come, let's go greet them. It's not easy to see these 3 senior brothers. Little Fatty brought Su Zimo over and cupped his fist, smiling. Greetings, senior brothers. Qin Yu and the other 2 swept their gazes past Little Fatty swiftly. Pausing at Su Zimo for a brief moment, they turned to the side with a cold expression. Little Fatty laughed embarrassedly. When he saw how the trio reacted, Su Zimo dispelled the thought of greeting them as well. Some of the other perfected 1 and 2 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators looked at Su Zimo and the others with unfriendly gazes as well. You can't blame them. Little Fatty explained. The spirit energy in the spirit pool is limited. An additional person means that the cultivation speed of the others will drop as well. We were initially not meant to be part of this Dongling Valley trip. Now, it's as good as us stealing their cultivation resources. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. Lung Ro shook her head. The spirit pool belongs to the sect and it's not theirs. Furthermore, we're also disciples of the sect. Even though that's the case, that might not be what they think, Little Fatty said with a bitter smile. Before long, a purple-robed and haughty-looking man arrived on his flying sword with a number of sect disciples accompanying him. Feng Haoyu. It had to be said that Feng Haoyu's cultivation speed was fast indeed. He had already reached perfected foundation establishment by now. Feng Haoyu looked around and actually walked over when he caught sight of Su Zimo. Long time no see, junior brother Su. He arrived before Su Zimo and said with a fake smile. This was the first time they were meeting after his defeat to Su Zimo at Spirit Peaks Arena. Su Zimo looked at Feng Haoyu with a calm silence. There was something odd about this. Feng Haoyu had stopped him twice in private previously. Both times, Su Zimo was alerted by his spirit perception towards Feng Haoyu's killing intents. Yet, Feng Haoyu was now greeting him as though nothing was wrong. Given this person's vengeful nature, would he lower his status and do such a thing? There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. Feng Haoyu smiled and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Su? You're not even interested in talking to me?" This time, Feng Haoyu was truly smiling as though something was making him extremely happy. Was it because he was entering Dongling Valley to cultivate? Probably not. Right then, 3 figures appeared at the same time from not far away. The person in the middle was Wen Xian, Spirit Peaks Master. He was wearing white robes and traveled through the skies elegantly. The other 2 were golden cores as well, elders of the sect. Wen Xian swept his gaze across the disciples below and nodded his head before waving his sleeves. A spirit vessel appeared and expanded with the wind in the blink of an eye. It had enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. "Come on up." Wen Xian and the 2 elders boarded the spirit vessel first and stood at the bow. The many disciples flew to the spirit vessel on their flying swords with excited expressions. Cultivators that could board this spirit vessel were all disciples recognized by the sect. That fact was enough to make others envious. Turning into a beam of light, the spirit vessel tore through the skies at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo, Little Fatty, and Lung Ro stood together, and they could feel the wind howl in their ears while the scenery reversed quickly. Sweeping his gaze across the 2 sect elders, Su Zimo asked softly, "Which of them is Elder Qin?" Little Fatty pointed at the one on the right. "The one in black robes is Elder Qin, and the one on the left is Elder Yu. What's up, bro?" "It's nothing." Su Zimo replied, "I merely heard that it's thanks to Elder Chen's suggestion that we're able to take part in this spirit pool cultivation trip." "Yes, I heard about that too." Little Fatty chuckled. "Elder Chen sure is a nice person." Su Zimo smiled and did not reply. After a while, he felt increasingly uneasy. There was a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he could not point it out. Passing through the crowd, Su Zimo arrived at the bow of the ship and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Peak Master Wen Xian and elders. I am Su Zimo." Wen Xian lowered his glance slightly and nodded. The two elders turned back with a questioning look as well. Seniors, I am somewhat worried. What? Wen Xian's tone was cold and he was indifferent. Due to his relationship with Feng Haoyu, Wen Xian had always had a prejudice against Su Zimo. Su Zimo continued, almost all the core disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm from our sect are present for this Dongling Valley trip. If anything happens, it'll be a significant blow to our sect. We'll definitely not be able to compete for the rankings at the sect competition 3 years later. As he spoke, Su Zimo kept an eye out for the three of their expressions. When he heard that, Elder Yu could not help but laugh. Go on back. You don't have to worry about this. Wen Xian replied coldly, do you know what it means for anyone to kill the Foundation Establishment core disciples of our sect? Which sect would have the guts to commit an act as such within the great Zhou dynasty's territory? Elder Yu chuckled too. Even though the spirit pool of Dongling Valley only opens up once in 10 years, how could any outsiders know of the exact date? Even though Elder Chen remained silent, there were no changes in his emotions, and he was still expressionless. Unable to have any red, Su Zimo frowned and returned to where he was. 6 hours later, a valley ahead could be faintly seen. We're here. Arriving above the valley, the spirit vessel descended slowly, and many cultivators leaped down. There were 2 golden cores watching over Dongling Valley. Coupled with Wen Xian and the 2 elders, there were now 5 golden cores from Ethereal Peak guarding this place. In the middle of Dongling Valley was a spirit pool where the water surface shimmered brightly and emitted a rich spirit qi. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, Su Zimo and the rest could clearly feel it. This is truly a blessed place. Little Fatty let out an intoxicated expression as he took a deep breath and praised. Fu. Feng Haoyu laughed and said meaningfully, everyone do enjoy yourselves well. Right then, dark clouds appeared outside of Dongling Valley, moving over at an extremely fast speed. Within the dark clouds were even red specks of light that sparkled sinisterly. The weather had changed. Chapter 215 Trap. Chapter 215 Trap. Oh! Wen Xian's expression changed as he looked to the direction of the incoming black clouds with a narrowed gaze. When Su Zimo saw the black clouds, he frowned and felt a sense of déjà vu. The black clouds were moving at an extremely fast speed and shimmered with sinister red lights. They did not seem like clouds, but rather spirit mind blood-eyed crows. The so-called black clouds were actually countless crows surging over. Those red lights were the eyes of the crows. Su Zimo recalled the battle outside of Linfeng City and said in a deep voice, everyone be careful. They are the people from the spirit mine outside Linfeng City. They're from the fiend sects? Are they here for revenge? Wen Xian narrowed his eyes and killing intent exuded from him. To everyone from Ethereal Peak, the tragedy that happened at Linfeng City was committed by the fiend sections. However, Su Zimo knew from Demonist Ji that even the fiend sects did not have such vicious methods and cultivation techniques. On that point, he believed in Demonist Ji. Even though she appeared to be frivolous in her actions, she knew her limits and bore with her the pride of the fiend sections. If it was something done by those of the fiend sects, she would not deny it. Su Zimo looked at Little Fatty and Lung Ro, saying in a low voice, if the situation isn't right later, quickly escape. What? Little Fatty was shocked. Lung Ro frowned slightly as well. Both of them had yet to realize the danger. To them, the sect had 5 golden cores here along with a group of top Foundation establishment cultivators. Such powerful strength was more than enough to wipe out some minor sects, so why would they need to fear the incoming aggressors? Su Zimo did not say anything, merely looking at Feng Haoyu and Elder Qin before drawing a flying sword from his storage bag. That was the supreme grade flying sword created for him by Extreme Fire Dao Lord. During this period of time, Su Zimo spent most of his efforts researching weapon tempering techniques, understanding the candlelight sword formation, and raising his cultivation. He did not have the time to refine any weapons. This flying sword was the only graded spirit weapon in his storage bag. Before long, the clouds arrived above Dongling Valley. Countless blood-eyed crows spiraled above, covering the skies and emitting thick, demonic chi. Their cultivations were not weaker than the Foundation establishment cultivators. The sky darkened immediately. Many of the ethereal peak disciples in the valley looked terrible as fear flashed across their eyes. After all, a scene as such was way too shocking that it left one shuddering in fear. The eyes of the crows emitted a blood-red glow as they hissed constantly, glaring at the cultivators below as though they could dive down and rip everyone apart at any moment. Little Fatty's face turned pale as he gulped and said with a grim expression, "There's more of these darned creatures compared to back then." At the entrance of Dongling Valley, a gigantic spirit vessel sped over and hundreds of cultivators leaped down from it. Among them, there were more than 10 golden cores. The rest were all Foundation establishment cultivators of varying levels. However, their numbers were several times more than the ethereal peak disciples. Coupled with the sea of blood-eyed crows above them, be it in terms of golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, ethereal peak was definitely disadvantaged. This was a trap. There was no way out of this situation. Of the hundreds of cultivators from the spirit vessel, their leader was a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. He wore a set of red robes with a crow etched on his sleeve. Bearing a pale complexion, he twitched his lips and smiled evilly. The 10 golden cores surrounded him, protecting him in the middle. "Who are you?" Wen Xian glared at the blood-robed cultivator as he held a talisman in his left hand. A flying sword hovered in front of him, and his tone was cold. "Fufu." The blood-robed cultivator chuckled and said leisurely, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. I did not come with any ill intentions. If you guys are willing to cooperate, I'm even going to present a great opportunity for all of you." With a slight pause, he changed the topic with an icy tone. "But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Wen Xian's fingers moved as he conjured his spirit, causing spirit energy to swirl around his fingertips. He was ready to strike. Elder Yu stood up with a grim expression and shook his head, saying deeply, "Don't be rash. If we end up fighting, our disciples are going to die easily at this place. Let's check on his background first." Raising his voice, Elder Yu asked, "Fellow Taoist, how may I address you?" "Regarding that, I'm quite a casual person." The blood-robed cultivator smiled faintly. "You may address me as young master or master. It's up to you, I won't force you." Elder Yu's expression turned terrible. Be it young master or master, it implied that he had to submit to this blood-robed cultivator. Elder Yu was a golden core after all, and there was no way he would accede to such a ridiculous request. "Junior, this place is less than 50 kilometers from Ethereal Sect. If I were to send a message using my spirit crane, it won't be long before our sect sends reinforcements. Don't get cocky now," Elder Yu said with a deep voice. "Ha ha ha." The blood-robed cultivator burst out into laughter. "Old dog, I tried to give you face, but you're trying to throw it away. First, with my blood crow army, your spirit crane is never going to be sent out. Second, even if you manage to send out a spirit crane, you guys are not going to last long enough." Wen Xian harumphed coldly. "Elder Yu, there's no need to waste your breath on him. Since they're from a fiend sect, all of them shall be punished. We're not from the fiend sections." The blood-robed cultivator laughed coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, all of you shall be killed without mercy. No one will be spared." "All right, There's someone named Sue Zimmo among you guys. Whether or not you submit to me, I'll suppress you personally and torture you to death bit by bit. He he he. The blood-robed cultivator let out a series of sinister laughter. Submit. Wen Xian smiled as well. Ask for permission from the sword in my hand first. Right then the blood-robed cultivator raised his head suddenly and said calmly, "What are you waiting for?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Zimmo was alarmed and yelled, "Everyone disperse! There's spies in the sect." Wen Xian was the first to react and crushed the protection talisman in his left hand immediately. A barrier of light instantly rose and enveloped him. Clang! There was a crisp sound. Sparks flew everywhere. A flying sword struck Wen Xian's protective barrier, causing it to tremble and nearly collapse. It was clear how strong that attack was. It was a mere centimeter gap. If Wen Xian had been slightly slower, he would have been a dead man. In fact, the reason why Wen Xian was the first to react was because of Su Zimmo's question earlier on the spirit vessel. At that time, Wen Xian wasn't bothered about it. However, when he saw the arrival of such powerful forces, along with a trap as such laid out, Wen Xian vaguely realized that there might be spies in the sect and became wary. Otherwise, there was no way their trip to Dongling Valley today could be leaked out. Of course, the conjecture was a little vague, and Wen Xian did not have time to verify it. Right at the moment when the blood-robed cultivator said that sentence, along with Su Zimmo's yell, Wen Xian crushed his protection talisman without a second thought. When he sensed the terrifying attack behind him, Wen Xian understood that he had just walked by the gates of hell and could not help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 216 Situation. Chapter 216 Situation. Elder Qin, you. A sect elder at the side looked at Elder Qin, who had just struck at Wen Xian with widened eyes. He asked in confusion before realizing what was going on. However, the moment he said that, his expression changed and finally understood what had happened. Someone had betrayed the sect. That person was Elder Qin before him, who was hidden in their midst. A gust of cold air rushed up from his back as that elder retreated instinctively. Placing his palm on his storage bag, he withdrew a protection talisman. However, Elder Chen was even faster. The moment his attack failed to kill Wen Xian, Elder Chen swapped away his flying sword immediately and conjured a seal with his left hand, producing a resplendent glow. Swash! A spirit art and flying sword descended at the same time. The sect elder's reaction was slightly slower, and his throat was sliced by the sword before he could crush the protection talisman. There were flashes of blood. A golden core fell from midair, life dissipating from his body as his eyes were filled with indignance and frustration. "Traitor!" Wen Xian hollered as his sleeves swayed in rage. A tremendous amount of spirit energy was almost materialized, surging over like a tidal wave with a terrifying momentum. Within that gigantic wave, there was even a sharp light that was hard to detect hidden within. Elder Chen let out a strange laugh. With that successful strike, he turned to escape without hesitation and crushed a protection talisman immediately. At the same time, Elder Qin conjured spirit with his hands, causing the spirit energy of a late-stage golden core to condense together instantly. Waving his hands, a glow burst forth and mist rose. Bang! Boom! Boom! The glowing mist clashed with the surging wave, creating a deafening bang. Wen Xian's spirit energy wave was clearly superior to Elder Chen's glow. Poof! There was a crisp sound as though something was broken. Elder Chen's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. A bloody wound had already appeared on his arm. Unknowingly, the protective barrier around him was penetrated by a superior-grade flying sword that was shimmering with spirit light. That superior-grade flying sword was hidden in that spirit energy wave. Mysterious and formless, no one noticed when it appeared. Clang! Opposite, a black-robed, middle-aged man harumphed coldly. He took a half step forward and tapped his finger lightly, causing a flying sword to speed out. Hovering in midair, for brilliant rays of light burst forth from the sword. For spirit patterns, a supreme grade flying sword. Colliding against Wen Xian's superior grade flying sword, the supreme grade flying sword shone with spirit light. It was hard to tell who was superior. Elder Qin seized the chance to escape. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Wen Xian narrowed his gaze and beckoned gently, sending his superior grade flying sword back to him. The black-robed golden core's cultivation was similar to his. They were both at perfected golden core. Furthermore, Wen Xian felt a sense of pressure from that person. Of the 10 odd golden cores on the other end, the 2 black-robed cultivators standing beside the blood-robed cultivator were the strongest. Both of their eyes were filled with a faint green light that looked extremely sinister. One of them was the golden core who had just attacked. The other person emitted a thick demonic qi. From that aura, he should be a spirit demon at golden core realm. Once demons cultivate their inner cores, their skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, facial features, and 5 senses will undergo another transformation. This transformation would rejuvenate the demons and allow them to take on human form, speaking in human tongue. Those 2 were the blood slaves of Blood Crow Palaces, Lord sent to protect the young master, Yu Fei and Peng Fei. Barely escaping, Elder Qin arrived beside the blood-robed cultivator. He looked at Wen Xian with a malicious, cold gaze and snarled, as expected of Spirit Peak's master. You're already at level 3 of Ethereal Sword. Impressive, impressive. Ethereal Sword was one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills, and there were 3 levels to it. Level 1, Shadows. As the flying sword sped forth, it would leave a series of afterimages in the air. Impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. It was effective in confusing the enemy. Back when Feng Haoyu fought with Su Zimo, he had mastered Level 1, Shadows. Level 2, Void. Due to the extreme speed of the flying sword, it would be almost merged into the void, turning almost imperceptible, and one would be hard-pressed to notice it with their naked eyes. Level 3, Ethereal. At this point, it wasn't just the flying sword's speed that would have reached its peak, turning void and impossible to detect. By now, the cultivator would have reached a level of sword manipulation mastery such that they could control it as their minds willed with extreme proficiency. Extremely fast with a void sword that was unpredictable, the attack would be ethereal. Level 3 was the most difficult to cultivate. In Ethereal Peak, only golden cores who had mastered Level 3 of Ethereal Sword were qualified to be Spirit Peak's master. Furthermore, almost every generation of Spirit Peak's masters were the strongest of the golden cores in Ethereal Peak. Even though he was guarded by the protection talisman, Elder Qin was injured by Wen Xian's sword as well. If Peng Fei had not blocked the second strike, Elder Qin would have died on the spot. Changing the topic, Elder Qin sneered, "However, all of you will have to die here today. No one will be able to leave. You can try." Wen Xian was not afraid, standing in the air in front of the many Ethereal Peak disciples. Right then, Wen Xian, Elder Yu, and another sect elder were the only golden cores on the side of Ethereal Peak. On the opposing end, including Elder Qin, there were 11 golden cores. Suddenly, another situation occurred. Feng Haoyu, who was in the crowd, suddenly attacked. 3 spirit patterns coruscated on his sword. It was a superior grade flying sword. It streaked through the crowd, causing blood to spill. One of the 3 great legacy disciples, Luo Yi, who was standing not far away from Feng Haoyu, did not react in time. Astonishment filled his eyes as his head was lopped up. Until the moment of his death, he still hadn't realized what had happened. That attack was a reaping of lives. Disciple after another collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to rest in peace. The many ethereal peak disciples were not prepared in the slightest bit. Even though Su Zimo had warned loudly earlier on, Elder Chen's betrayal still caused a sect elder to die. When Xian took action, the intense clash between two golden cores drew everyone's attention to it. Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle as he watched on with gritted teeth. A murderous killing intent rose in his heart, and his eyes were filled with boundless coldness, causing an extremely terrifying aura to exude from his body. In reality, Su Zimo had already vaguely guessed that Elder Qin and Feng Haoyu were the spies. However, that was just his speculation. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not know whether there were other traitors beside those two. That was why Su Zimo reminded everyone to disperse, because there were spies in the sect. He never expected that his reminder would still fail to save his fellow sect mates who had died. Those that died were the ones standing closest to Feng Haoyu. In other words, they were the followers of Feng Haoyu's group. Right now, Feng Haoyu was slashing them down mercilessly without hesitation. His eyes were filled with nothing but coldness and cruelty. That initially handsome face of Feng Haoyu was now extremely hideous and menacing. Among them, the one who suffered the greatest blow was Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian. Feng Haoyu was someone that he had deemed as his personal disciple and imparted his entire life's learnings to. Even that superior-grade flying sword in Feng Haoyu's hands was a gift from Wen Xian. Most Foundation establishment cultivators would only have nothing more than a middle-grade flying sword. Even as Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian was only using a superior-grade flying sword as well. The fact that he gave Feng Haoyu a superior-grade flying sword was proof of how highly he regarded and loved the latter. And yet, Chapter 217, Clash of Phenomenons. Chapter 217, Clash of Phenomenons. Haoyu, I haven't treated you badly, and our sect hasn't let you down either. Why? Give me a reason as to why you betrayed the sect. Wen Xian turned around, quivering as his gaze flashed with rage, shock, confusion, and deep disappointment. Elder Chen's betrayal did not crush Wen Xian. However, Feng Haoyu's betrayal was an immense blow to Wen Xian mentally. Back when Feng Haoyu was only at Qi condensation realm, Wen Xian requested for the sect master to impart ethereal sword to Feng Haoyu in advance. Within the inner sect, other than the three great legacy disciples, Feng Haoyu was the only Foundation establishment cultivator who had learned all three major secret skills. Betray. Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly. I'm not from Ethereal Peak to begin with. The reason why I joined Ethereal Peak was just to learn the three major secret skills. In other words, I've never ever thought of you as my master. Sinful disciple. Wen Xian hollered coldly, I'll kill you today. We'll talk about that if you can survive today, old dog, Feng Haoyu sneered. All of a sudden, the two elders beside Wen Xian exclaimed, Watch out. Elder Yu and the other sect elder attacked simultaneously to intercept two incoming flying swords. Swoosh, swoosh. Right then, Peng Fei, the golden core beside the blood-robed cultivator, suddenly strode forth. His expression was ice cold, and the spirit energy around him started to surge. A sinister black gust of wild wind appeared around Peng Fei, howling by as sand covered the skies. When he saw that, Elder Yu's expression changed starkly. The other sect elder's pupils constricted violently, and his movements slowed down. His flying sword was swept into the black wind, and the sound of countless fine sand striking the sword could be heard. Cling, clang, crack. In almost the blink of an eye, the flying sword shattered, and its spirit light dimmed, plummeting from the skies. That superior-grade flying sword could not last more than a breath within that black wind. When he saw that, Su Zimo was shocked. Elder Yu's expression turned terrible as he said, Slowly, golden core phenomenon. bone-corroding black wind. So, that's a golden core phenomenon. Sue Zimmo was secretly speechless. Even though he had heard about how terrifying golden core phenomenons were, this was the first time he had seen one. Of golden cores, only very few could cultivate a golden core phenomenon. Those that possessed the golden core phenomenons could crush any golden cores with no phenomenons, be it at the Chi condensation, foundation establishment, or golden core realms. The energy source was spirit Chi and energy. The methods they used for cultivation and killing were all spirit arts. A golden core phenomenon was the epitome of all spirit arts. It reigned supreme across all spirit arts. Therefore, those who had the golden core phenomenons beneath nascent soul realm were all the strongest golden core perfected beings. Go to hell. Peng Fei's voice was ice cold as he waved his sleeves, causing a huge vortex to form within the black wind. It was like an ancient beast opening its mouth, threatening to devour the ethereal peak sect elder within. Wen Xian wanted to save him, but it was too late. Snap! The protection talisman on the sect elder shattered instantaneously. Ah! A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Against the black wind, the sect elder's body began to dissipate. Within a few seconds, there was only a pitch-black skeleton with no signs of life left. Ah! It was yet another shriek. A golden core of Bloodcrow Palace was suddenly struck by a shower of rain, causing countless bloodied holes to appear all over his body. Riddled with holes, that person's gaze was dim as he fell from the skies. It was clear he wouldn't be able to survive. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. It was only then that everyone heard the sound of rain falling. It got heavier, clearer, and evidently more hurried. Where did the rain come from? Everyone turned towards the sound. Around Wen Xian, it was suddenly raining cats and dogs with a heavy downpour. The raindrops were as long as swords, exuding an extremely intense sharpness. Golden core phenomenon, ethereal sword rain. Against Wen Xian's golden core phenomenon, the golden cores of Bloodcrow Palace were defenseless and perished on the spot as well. The reason why Wen Xian could maintain his cool despite 10 golden cores on the other end alongside Elder Chen's betrayal was because he was at perfected golden core and had even cultivated a golden core phenomenon. Even if there were 10 golden cores on the other end, Wen Xian was confident that he could kill all of them later on. That was the power of a golden core phenomenon. The moment Peng Fei displayed his golden core phenomenon, Wen Xian realized that the situation wasn't right. To be precise, it was extremely serious and was a matter of life and death. The golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei, was calm and cold as he protected the blood-robed youth to descend to the ground. Scoffing coldly, the blood-robed youth waved his hand. Split up the battlefield, Peng Fei. Kill the 2 remaining golden cores in the air as soon as possible, and leave the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators to us. Understood. Peng Fei, who was in midair, nodded. On the ground, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Bloodcrow Palace wrapped around Yu Fei and the blood-robed youth, charging towards the many ethereal peak disciples. Do not fight. Quickly break out of the encirclement and inform the sect. When he saw that, Wen Xian bellowed and gave the order decisively. Right now, he and Elder Yu were barely able to fend for themselves. They could not get out and provide support. What the blood-robed youth meant by splitting up the battlefield was for Peng Fei and the other golden cores to hold and kill Wen Xian and Elder Yu in midair. The other Foundation establishment cultivators would then massacre everyone else on the ground. That way, be it in terms of the fight between the golden cores or Foundation establishment cultivators, Bloodcrow Palace would have complete advantage over the situations. Break out of the encirclement. The blood-robed youth reared his head and roared into laughter. Stop dreaming. I had no intention of letting you guys leave this place alive today. None of you shall escape. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Peng Fei's bone-corroding black wind collided against Wen Xian's ethereal sword rain and created a deafening bang. The two completely different phenomena powers clashed in midair, causing a terrifying sight. Both their golden core phenomenons were similar in strength, and it was difficult to tell who would take the immediate lead. Apart from Peng Fei, Blood Crow Palace had 9 other golden cores. However, there was only Elder Yu beside Wen Xian. Kill! Elder Qin hollered and took the initiative, attacking without mercy. Gritting his teeth, Elder Yu defended with all his might. However, he fell into a disadvantage almost immediately and was in a dire situation. Bombarded by dangers, Elder Yu could die at any moment. When he saw that, Wen Xian let out a long roar and frantically channeled his golden core, sending spirit energy endlessly into his phenomenon recklessly. Splash! Waving his sleeves, Wen Xian's endless sword rain enveloped Elder Qin as well. You must be courting death. Peng Fei harumphed coldly, and the black wind gusted, almost forming a hurricane that connected to the heavens as it sucked in the falling sword rain. Poof! 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 The two different phenomena powers clashed once more, interlacing with one another and becoming more intense. Wen Xian's face was pale and his body swayed. At that moment, it was akin to him facing off against 10 golden cores alone. Moreover, one of those golden cores had a golden core phenomenon. He could not hold on for long. Chapter 218 Escape. Chapter 218 Escape. On the ground, countless Foundation establishment cultivators of Blood Crow Palace swarmed over. Wen Xian and Elder Yu were occupied in the air and could not extricate themselves. Given the situation, there was only a clear option for the ethereal peak disciples: escape. Furthermore, they did not have much time left. Once Wen Xian and Elder Yu could not hold on any longer, their opponents would no longer be just the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. The golden cores would come after them as well. Hurry, let's go! The leader of the legacy disciples, Qin Yu, roared and turned to escape, not daring to linger. The other legacy disciple, Ji Qingtian, followed closely behind. Many ethereal sword disciples flew on their swords as they scattered and fled towards the outsides of Dongling Valley. Bro, senior sister Lung, let's flee! Little Fatty shouted, nervous and sweating profusely. Lung Ro nodded. Both of them looked towards Su Zimo instinctively. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze was narrowed as he let out a chilling, killing intent. Wielding the supreme grade flying sword in his palm, it trembled continuously. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that the smartest thing to do right now was to escape from this place. However, he was indignant. You guys go ahead first. I'm going to kill him. Su Zimo waved his sleeves, and the supreme grade flying sword in his palm shone with 4 dazzling beams of light. With a swoosh, it tore through the air and pierced towards Feng Haoyu. Bang! At the same time, Su Zimo took a step forward with his left foot and landed heavily on the ground. Exerting strength in both legs, he was like a divine steed, dashing madly, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Oh! Feng Haoyu sensed an extremely sharp aura akin to a beam stabbing on his back. The air was ripped apart, letting out strange, hissing noises. Furrowing his brows, Feng Haoyu turned his flying sword and channeled ethereal sword without thinking twice. Swoosh! His sword quivered and entered the voids. Because it was so fast, the superior grade flying sword was almost melded into the void and became translucent, almost impossible to detect. In terms of sword-wielding technique, Feng Haoyu was indeed far superior compared to Su Zimo. Clang! Feng Haoyu's flying sword arrived first and managed to block Su Zimo's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Supreme grade flying sword. Noticing the 4 spirit patterns on Su Zimo's flying sword, Feng Haoyu's gaze turned fervent with a trace of greed. Feng Haoyu, hand your life over. Su Zimo's voice boomed out like thunder, and his aura was torrential. Bearing a deadly killing intent, he possessed an indomitable force that came crashing down. Feng Haoyu's expression changed starkly. Su Zimo, how dare you? Feng Haoyu had not expected that instead of escaping, Su Zimo would choose to charge at the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he was no match for Feng Haoyu when it came to sword-wielding technique. Even with the supreme-grade flying sword, he would only be able to tie with Feng Haoyu at most if they were to have a sword fight. Hence, the reason why Su Zimo summoned his flying sword was merely to serve as a distraction for Feng Haoyu. His true killing move was still behind. Right now, Su Zimo was less than 5 steps away from Feng Haoyu. Given this distance, even if Feng Haoyu was at perfected Foundation establishment, he would have to die of regret. Boom! With a backhand punch, Su Zimo's right arm drew a gigantic arc in the air as he punched his fist like a seal, compressing the air and erupting into a deafening bang. Feng Haoyu did not have time to dodge and crushed a protection talisman in his hand instantly. A barrier of light rose up. Bang! The seal slammed heavily against the barrier with a supreme might. Snap! A Grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by Su Zimo with a single punch. Pissed, gasping, Feng Haoyu's pupils constricted furiously. Su Zimo's gaze was ice-cold, his eyes laden with killing intent. Taking a step forth, he threw another punch. That single punch sealed all of Feng Haoyu's escape paths. Whoosh! Feng Haoyu spun around furiously, and a pair of huge wings extended strangely from his back. Unlike real wings, his wings were formed by a secret skill to condense spirit energy. That secret skill was none other than one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major ones: ethereal wings. Ethereal wings was considered as a support technique. With that, Foundation establishment cultivators could soar through the air without the help of any external objects, just like golden cores. Compared to sword kinesis flight, ethereal wings made one even more agile. Used appropriately, the increase to a cultivator's strength would be extremely obvious. Given the situation, Feng Haoyu turned and fled. If he were to run on the ground, he would not be able to escape Su Zimo's pursuit. If he were to use sword kinesis flight, he had to summon his flying sword, and there would be a delay in that. The only way he could escape alive was by making use of ethereal wings. Swish! The wings flapped as Feng Haoyu soared into the skies and sped through the air. That change had completely exceeded Su Zimo's expectations. Seeing that he was about to punch into air, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and leaped into the skies by making use of the rebound force. Crackle! At the same time his tendons and bones resonated at the same time, and his right arm suddenly expanded by an entire foot. Using his fist like a palm, he grabbed at Feng Haoyu's back. Shing! Blood filled the air. Ah! A tragic cry was heard in midair. A large piece of flesh was ripped off from Feng Haoyu's left leg, revealing his bones and tendons in a shocking manner. If Feng Haoyu had been any slower, his entire heart would have been ripped out. Su Zimo landed on the ground. Flapping his ethereal wings, Feng Haoyu's face was pale, and cold sweat trickled down his face. He escaped to the side of the blood-robed youth, panting heavily as he looked back with lingering fear. At that moment, hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Bloodcrow Palace had already rushed up, causing flying swords and spirit arts to rain down. The blood-robed youth was not the only one beside Feng Haoyu. There was the golden core spirit demon as well. It was no longer practical for Su Zimo to rush up and slay Feng Haoyu. Gritting his teeth, he retreated. Swoosh! The supreme-grade flying sword tore through the voids and returned to Su Zimo's side while slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator at the same time. Bang! Another Foundation establishment cultivator rushed over, and was met with a casual punch by Su Zimo that caused his entire body to explode as he died on the spot. Splash! Churning his bloodline, a terrifying tsunami sound came from within Su Zimo's body, gushing rapidly in a frightening manner. In the vast crowd, Su Zimo was like an ancient demon with an overwhelming aura. Poof! 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 He strode forth with the plow heaven stride. Instantly, the many cultivators in front of him exploded on the spot as their flesh splattered, leaving nothing but corpses and a river of blood on the ground. Stepping on the corpses and river of blood, Su Zimo was like a god of death, charging towards the outside of Dongling Valley. Oh! Not far away, the blood-robed youth's gaze landed on Su Zimo. He exclaimed softly as he looked on with curiosity. What a powerful bloodline! Interesting. Who is that? The blood-robed youth asked. Gulping, Feng Haoyu replied with a deep voice, That is Su Zimo. He's the one that killed your blood slave outside of Linfeng City. I've finally found him. The blood-robed youth smirked in a lazy manner. It would be a pity if I killed someone with that bloodline, just like that. I want to turn him into my blood slave. He shall bow to me as his master, and be used by me for the rest of his life. Chapter 219, Slaying Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Chapter 219, Slaying Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Ah, ah, ah. Not far away, screams could be heard. The blood-eyed crows that were initially hovering in the skies flapped their wings as demonic chi swirled around them. Rushing down, they circled the disciples of Ethereal Peak and bit them continuously. Every single blood-eyed crow had the strength of a Foundation Establishment spirit demon. They possessed terrifying strength that could not be ignored. Any Ethereal Peak disciples that fell behind would be devoured cleanly by the blood-eyed crows in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but white bones. Before long, there were only a few dozen Ethereal Peak disciples left. Other than Su Zimo, all the other disciples that fell behind had all died. Qin Yu and Ji Qingtian, the two legacy disciples, were in a sorry state as they shouted with all their might to command the situation. With their efforts, they gathered the remaining dozens of disciples together and deployed their flying swords, spirit arts, and talismans to weave out a defensive barrier, temporarily blocking the blood-eyed crows. However, the difference in strength between both sides was too great. The blood-eyed crows were endless, blotting out the skies and attacking the defensive barrier set by the Ethereal Peak disciples relentlessly. It was as if Qin Yu and the rest were walking through a swamp at an extremely slow speed as they sank deeper and deeper. It wouldn't last long. The moment Qin Yu and the others did not have enough spirit chi to continue or exposed any flaws, the entire defensive barrier would collapse. By then, the remaining dozens of people would turn into food for the blood-eyed crows. This was a complete massacre. With Elder Chen and Feng Haoyu as the spies, Blood Crow Palace had a complete grasp of Ethereal Peak's strength for this trap and planned this trap meticulously. Blood Crow Palace did not give Ethereal Peak any chance at all. After all, the blood-robed youth and the golden core spirit demon were still watching idly by the sidelines and had yet to take any action. Once the two of them attacked, the last hope of everyone from Ethereal Peak would be extinguished as well. The only choice left for the cultivators of Ethereal Peak today was to turn into blood slaves for the blood-robed cultivator. No one would be able to leave this place alive. At that moment, the blood-robed youth gazed at Su Zimo, who was battling in the crowd, and nodded repeatedly, feeling increasingly satisfied. "Not bad, not bad," he said with a smile. "Only a cultivator as such is worthy to be my blood slave. He can follow me and conquer the ancient battlefield. Young master, do you want me to capture that lad?" Yu Fei, the golden core spirit demon behind the blood-robed youth, leaned in and asked with a cold expression. The blood-robed youth chuckled and waved it off. There's no need to hurry. Let's wait and see. I'm curious about this Su Zimo's limits and how long he can last. On the battlefield, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators stood side by side, blocking Su Zimo's path forward. Bang, bang, bang. There were sounds coming from the 4 of their bodies as spirit meridians surfaced on their bodies, illuminating through their robes. There were 2 1 Meridian, 1 2 Meridian, and 1 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. To begin with, it was already ridiculous to have a cultivator with unlocked meridians fight a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Now, there were 4 cultivators with unlocked meridians, and one of them was even at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment. The spirit energy of a 1 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was already superior to Su Zimo, let alone a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo was definitely not a match for them in terms of brute strength. Furthermore, the 4 Meridian cultivators worked together in sync, interweaving their spirit arts and flying sword together to form an impenetrable trap to block Su Zimo's escape path. There was no way Su Zimo could escape at all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, causing a massive air current to surge down his throat with a faint pain. With a puffed-up chest, Su Zimo nearly took in all the surrounding air through a single breath. Anaconda eclipse. At the same time, the thumb and middle of his left hand joined together to form a strange hand seal, causing spirit energy to circulate insanely within him. Even though the fiend suppression seal was extremely strong, it consumed too much spirit energy. Once he used that move, Su Zimo would be left with almost no spirit energy. That was also why he waited till now before releasing it. Fiend suppression seal. A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies. The patterns on the palm could be seen clearly as it emitted a golden glow and tore through the layers of fog, crushing the bodies of many blood-eyed crows that it passed. Oh! The 4 Meridian cultivators narrowed their gazes and instantly recognized how formidable the hand seal was. However, the 4 of them were composed. With their eyesight, they were able to deduce that even though the power of that hand seal was immense, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's body was too little. He was unable to unleash the full might of the fiend suppression seal. The combined strength of the 4 of them would be enough to destroy the fiend suppression seal. Flying immortal art. Sky capital fist. Silver frost. Cloud tearing finger. The 4 of them released their spirit arts at the same time, pointing it at the gigantic golden palm that was descending from the skies. Right then, Su Zimo opened his mouth and roared. Kill! His voice was like thunder booming through the crowd. The other cultivators froze for a brief moment. The 4 Meridian cultivators in front of him trembled slightly, and the spirit energy in their hands nearly dispersed. Naturally, the power of their spirit arts could not be used to their fullest extent. That was the thunderclap kill. That surprise attack through his voice was enough to confuse his opponents. In truth, Su Zimo was unable to unleash the true might of thunderclap kill at this moment due to restrictions of his physique. Bang! Boom! Boom! The gigantic golden palm crushed from the skies and clashed with the 4 spirit arts. A series of loud booms echoed out, but the palm was not destroyed right away. Swash! A strange sword beam appeared, slicing at the side of the 4 Meridian cultivators with a cold, killing intent. For spirit patterns shone on the sword. It was Su Zimo's supreme-grade flying sword. In fact, Su Zimo had already sent out his flying sword at the same time as when he released the Fiend Suppression Seal and Thunderclap Kill. The 2 moves earlier were all superficial trump cards. His true killing move was the flying sword at the back. Poof, poof, poof. 3 consecutive crisp sounds could be heard. The necks of 3 Meridian cultivators were pierced. blood flashed. Looking terrified, all three of them clutched at their wounds furiously. However, blood continued to gush out in an unstoppable momentum. Their eyes dimmed as they sensed their lives draining away from their moment. That attack had not only pierced their throats. The sword chi emitted was so sharp that it even severed their large arteries. That was equivalent to chopping their heads off entirely. Thump! Falling to the ground one after another, all three pairs of eyes were widened as their bodies convulsed limply. Blood flowed from their bodies and stained the ground. Of the four people, only the 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape that tragedy. However, he was also scared out of his wits after that exchange of blows. Retreating to the side, he looked at Su Zimo fearfully. If he had not experienced it himself, this would have been truly unimaginable. To think that a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would be able to slay Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators with the use of so many secret killing moves. If someone like that were to cultivate to the state of Meridian Foundation establishment, how frightening would his combat strength be? Chapter 220, Wrath of Thunder. Chapter 220, Wrath of Thunder. Although the clash between both parties seemed short, it was filled with spirit arts, a clash of secret skills and psychological warfare. Given another battlefield or environment, Su Zimo may not have been able to win. Furthermore, he was left with almost no spirit energy after releasing Fiend Suppression Seal. Right then, Su Zimo's scalp tingled as he felt a sense of danger. He realized that he had been targeted. Furthermore, that person was extremely strong and wasn't someone he could resist. It was a Golden Core expert. It could be the Golden Core that was fighting Wen Xian and Elder Yu in midair, or the Spirit Demon Golden Core that was standing beside the blood-robed youth. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and tried hard to compose himself. Breaking through the encirclement, he sped until he was outside Qin Yu and the others. Caw, caw. Many blood-eyed crows caught the scent of fresh blood and let out unpleasant cries as they swarmed toward Su Zimo in the hundreds. Those blood-eyed crows were all spirit demons with powerful bodies. They posed a huge threat for Qin Yu and the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Yu and the others did not dare let the blood-eyed crows come close at all. However, Su Zimo's body was much stronger than those ordinary blood-eyed crows. Even if more blood-eyed crows were to surround him, they may not be able to injure him. It was no exaggeration to claim that although Su Zimo was human, even the physique of ancient remnant demon beasts may not be able to match his. Even against pure-blooded, ferocious beasts, Su Zimo's body and bloodline were superior. Su Zimo's expression did not change when he saw the blood-eyed crows swarming towards him. A roaring sound of tigers and leopards alongside thunder rumbling echoed forth from his body. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood-eyed crows were not only not scared of such a formidable bloodline, the sanguine light in their eyes grew even brighter as they turned more ferocious. They saw Su Zimo was nothing more than a delicious piece of tonic. After all, blood-eyed crows were only ordinary demon beasts. How could they have the chance to devour the flesh of an ancient remnant beast or pure-blooded, ferocious beast on a day-to-day basis? Su Zimo, on the other hand, was a living, breathing, pure-blooded, ferocious beast right in front of them. As long as they could eat a piece of Su Zimo's flesh and drink a mouthful of his blood, their strength would increase significantly. Bro! When he saw that, little fatty exclaimed. However, his voice was drowned by the cries of the endless blood-eyed crows and couldn't be heard. Lung Ro's heart skipped a beat and her gaze dimmed. They knew clearly well how terrifying the blood-eyed crows were. None of the cultivators that were left behind could escape from being devoured alive by those beasts. So what if Su Zimo was strong in melee combat? He was a human after all. How could he withstand so many blood-eyed crows? Little Fatty and Lung Ro could only watch on helplessly as the blood-eyed crows swarmed at Su Zimo, drowning him in their midst. Forget it. Lung Ro sighed inwardly and shook her head. They could not hold on much longer either. Their resistance was merely a momentary respite. Before long, they would end up in the same tragic state. Disheartened, Lung Ro switched her flying sword's direction and was prepared to commit suicide. She did not want to experience being torn apart by the blood-eyed crows till she was unrecognizable. Rather than that, she would rather do it herself. Right then, a strange sound burst forth from the blood-eyed crows that were surrounding Su Zimo. Crackle! Endless flashes of lightning burst forth from Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner. Snap! Thunder boomed. A thick thunderbolt shot down from the skies, connecting to Su Zimo's body without dissipating for a long time as though he was a link to the heavens. In the middle of everything, dazzling thunderbolts extended in all directions from Su Zimo like pythons. They surged wildly, as if forming an ocean of lightning with raging waves, enveloping the blood-eyed crows in its midst. The power of thunder was the most terrifying among all various powers. Furthermore, thunder was strong and masculine, purging evil with ease. It was the nemesis of something vile like these blood-eyed crows. Under the sweeping of the lightning ocean, the blood-eyed crows cried out tragically as they fell from the skies, covered in thick smoke. It was an extremely shocking sight, be it the Blood Crow Palace cultivators or Ethereal Peak disciples. All of them watched on dumbfounded as disbelief filled their eyes. Through the depths of the firmaments, thunder descended onto Su Zimo's body. Standing in the middle of the lightning ocean, he stood unmoved. He was like a god undergoing a catharsis of lightning, looking down at the vast sky and purging all evil in the world. This was the wrath of thunder. Well, well, well. The blood-robed youth was the first to react. His eyes lit up as he laughed instead of getting angry, nodding repeatedly without concealing the admiration in his eyes. As for Feng Haoyu, his eyes revealed a hint of fear and even envy. Even though he had learned the 3 major secret skills of the sect, he did not know of any thunder art as such. The golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei, had an indifferent expression as he looked on coldly. No matter what trick Su Zimo had up his sleeves, it did not affect the current situation at all. Golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators were a world of a difference that could not be closed. As long as he made a move, Su Zimo would not be able to fight back. All right. A series of cheers broke out from the crowd of Ethereal Peak. After Su Zimo's attack, the number of blood-eyed crows decreased rapidly, and that eased the pressure on Qinyu and the others significantly. Su Zimo, I'll offer you a chance to live. Be my blood slave. Right then, the blood-robed youth walked towards Su Zimo. His pace was unhurried and his tone was calm. However, it carried a hint of unquestionable power. Turning around, Su Zimo's gaze lingered momentarily on the blood-robed youth. To the people of Ethereal Peak, the situation in front of them was a deadly trap. But right at that moment, Su Zimo vaguely sensed that there was a sliver of life in this deadly trap. The blood-robed youth had an extremely high status, and the golden core spirit demon did not leave his side at all, guarding like a shadow. If Su Zimo could lure the blood-robed youth away, that golden core spirit demon would leave as well. That way, a massive threat would be removed for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though there were still quite a number of blood-eyed crows and Foundation establishment cultivators left in the battlefield, the Ethereal Peak disciples might have a chance of escaping since they were all at Foundation establishment realm. This was the only chance for everyone of Ethereal Peak. Even though it was a sliver of hope, it was worth a try. Someone like you. Su Zimo scoffed coldly at the blood-robed youth before turning around suddenly, speeding towards the outside of Dongling Valley. The formidable bloodline aura emitted by Su Zimo attracted a large number of blood-eyed crows to chase after him as well. He was extremely fast. Making use of divine steed fleeting, even perfected foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to match his full speed. "Oh, you want to escape?" The blood-robed youth focused his gaze and withdrew a white-boned staff from his storage bag. With a single leap, he stood on it and sped forth, his body bursting with spirit energy. The light of spirit meridians flashed endlessly from the blood-robed youth's body. 1, 2, 3. For spirit meridians. The blood-robed youth was a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 221, Turning Tides. Chapter 221, Turning Tides. The speed of a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator on his flying sword was astonishing once he released his spirit energy. The wind howled in his ears as the blood-robed youth rode his white-boned staff, chasing after Su Zimo, who was running away in the distance. A few seconds later, the blood-robed youth realized to his shock that despite his terrifying speed, he could not catch up to Su Zimo, who was sprinting on the ground. Even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At most, he could only ensure that Su Zimo could not shake him off. This guy's physique is actually so strong that he possesses such burst power. The blood-robed youth's evaluation of Su Zimo was already very high. But now he realized that he had still underestimated this person. Right then, Yu Fei's voice rang out. "That lad's bloodline is extremely strong, and he's already at the legendary tsunami blood state. His physique and bloodline is not weaker than ancient remnant beasts. In fact, it's even comparable to pure-blooded, ferocious beasts." As a golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei's gaze was naturally brilliant. At that moment, he traveled through the skies with hands behind his back, following after the blood-robed youth with a relaxed expression. "Yu Fei, take me along to chase after him." Seeing that he was unable to catch up to Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth was indignant as he said with a darkened expression and cold gaze. "All right." Yu Fei agreed to it casually. In midair, Yu Fei's body changed constantly. It was contorting, shrinking in some places, twisted in others, as his bones and tendons rang out with the sound of beans being fried. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fei had transformed into a gigantic, blood-eyed crow. The blood-robed youth understood what it implied, and with a single leap, hopped onto the blood crow that Yu Fei had transformed into. Although he was carrying someone, Yu Fei's speed increased rapidly, and his body almost turned into a stream of light. So fast! Su Zimo turned back and was secretly alarmed. The speed of a golden core spirit demon was way faster than he was. Carrying the blood-robed youth, Yu Fei descended in front of Su Zimo before long, blocking his path forward. With a spin, Yu Fei returned to his human form and followed behind the blood-robed youth indifferently. "Fufufu, you can't escape." Looking at Su Zimo, who was speeding over with no intention of slowing down, the blood-robed youth scoffed coldly. He waved the white-boned staff in his left hand and muttered a mysterious incantation. After his incantation, 5 pitch-black skulls flew out from the white-boned staff, splitting in 5 different directions before striking at Su Zimo. Ah! Before they arrived, the 5 skulls let out blood-red rays of light from their sockets, while crying sinisterly. "Oh!" Upon seeing that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. That technique seemed to have exceeded the limits of spirit arts. Those 5 skulls were even emitting a terrifyingly baneful aura. How much blood and how many lives did it take for something so evil to be created? Su Zimo collected himself quickly, his gaze icy and his expression unchanged. The situation in front of him was clear. Even if he were to retreat, it would be difficult to escape death. If he chose to fight head-on, he might have a chance of dragging someone down with him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 skulls landed on Su Zimo's body, chomping down with wide open mouths. Boom! With a loud bang, the sound of tsunami and thunder could be heard from Su Zimo's body. Blinding lightning shone from Su Zimo's body in a terrifying manner. The pitch-black skulls were merely slightly blocked by the lightning, lessening the evil aura that they emitted. Suddenly, they broke through the lightning barrier and bit Su Zimo's flesh. How strong was Su Zimo's body? With body petrification, even a middle-grade flying sword would not be able to hurt him. However, those 5 skulls managed to tear through Su Zimo's skin the moment they bit down. Sucking continuously, the skulls gulped down excitedly on Su Zimo's blood essence as the red glow in their eyes intensified. It was as though they were gaining a life of their own. "If you want to eat, I'll let you have your fill." Right then, Su Zimo bellowed all of a sudden. No longer suppressing the demonic chi in his body, he released everything alongside his surging bloodline. That was the power of blood chi. It was even stronger than the power of blood alone. At that moment, demonic chi swirled around Su Zimo as his bloodline rumbled, causing his body to expand. His eyes revealed an endless chill in them, looking massive as if an ancient demon with a fervent killing intent had possessed him. Naturally, most cultivators could detect the appearance of demonic chi. However, Su Zimo was far away from the battlefield at the moment. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Given that distance, the cultivators that were stuck in the battlefield could not sense the demonic chi that was coming forth from Su Zimo. Furthermore, they did have the attention nor energy to do so. As for the blood-robed youth opposite Su Zimo, he was shocked as his expression changed. The difference between him and Su Zimo was too close. At that distance, Su Zimo was practically an invincible god. The skulls that were initially sucking Su Zimo's blood were suddenly repelled by a terrifying power of blood chi. The tides had turned entirely. Initially, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and could have been turned into a blood slave at any time. Now, they were in a completely different situation. The blood-robed youth's life was hanging on a thread. Boom! Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife. With a roar, he strode forth, causing the ground to tremble violently. "Hand your life over." Su Zimo stretched his arms, grabbing at the blood-robed youth whose face was pale and was retreating endlessly. Su Zimo was trying to use a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, divine steed dismemberment. If he managed to grab the blood-robed youth, the latter would not be able to escape a fate of being torn apart. From Su Zimo's point of view, as long as he could drag this blood-robed youth down with him before he died, he would have made a killing. The blood-robed youth was close to being caught by Su Zimo when suddenly a figure appeared behind him. Golden Core spirit demon, Yu Fei. He was equally surprised when he saw Su Zimo releasing demonic chi. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Before Su Zimo could do anything, Yu Fei blocked in front of the blood-robed youth and saved the latter from the gates of hell. "Piak! Piak!" Sneering coldly, a hint of mockery flashed in Yu Fei's eyes as he reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's wrist. At the same time, Yu Fei's chest faintly emitted an even stronger aura that managed to suppress Su Zimo's blood chi. Inner core. That was his inner core. With his wrists grabbed by Yu Fei, Su Zimo felt weak all over and his eyes dimmed. What a pity. He was so close. If he had a single second more, the blood-robed youth would have died for sure. Once Su Zimo released his power of blood chi, he was confident that he would be able to kill even a 4-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. "Su Zimo, you're very strong indeed," Yu Fei said coldly, "but with me here today, you won't be able to hurt young master at all." This time, Blood Crow Palace's lord had specially instructed Yu Fei and Peng Fei to protect the young master. If anything were to happen to him, the palace lord would kill the both of them for sure. Chapter 222, The Only Variable. Chapter 222, The Only Variable. Ah! Su Zimo howled at the skies with widened eyes. His black hair swayed without any wind as his blood chi burst forth. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo's bloodline rumbled, causing thunder to roar and demonic to swirl around him, as his large tendons and bones trembled. His strength had already reached its limit. Even so, Yu Fei, who was standing opposite Su Zimo, maintained his composure. He gripped Su Zimo's wrists tightly without budging a single inch at all. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength and cultivation realm. There was no technique to speak of. When the quality of a golden core was extremely high with pure spirit energy, it would be able to achieve a harmony with the heavens and earth, forming a phenomenon. That was how golden core phenomenons were born. Because demons did not possess spirit energy, there would naturally be no golden core phenomenons as well. However, the inner cores of demons were formed through the chi of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs, a combination of their entire body's essence. That was the source of their power. By condensing an inner core, the demon's skin, flesh, bloodline, bones, marrow, and organs would completely transform, causing their strength to increase exponentially. That power was more than enough to completely crush any foundation establishment spirit demons. Looking at Su Zimo, who was struggling, Yu Fei raised his chin, as if he was looking at a lesser being, and curled his lips with a cold expression. Fufufu! The blood-robed youth walked over slowly. He sneered as a mocking look flashed in his eyes. To him, Su Zimo was like a rat that had fallen into the hands of a cat right now. No matter how he struggled, nothing would change. I told you, you won't be able to escape today. Coming before Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth said sternly as his eyes lit up. Turn into my blood, slave, obediently. The blood-robed youth waved his white-boned staff and recited an abstruse incantation. Within the voids, a strange power began to emanate. The eyes of the blood-robed youth glowed with a sinister shade of faint green. Su Zimo met with his gaze and instantly felt himself going dizzy. Not good. In that instant, Su Zimo lost his mind and felt as if he had fallen into an endless darkness. Sinking endlessly, he could not extricate himself. An extremely evil power began to invade Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo's eyes faintly emitted a green glow. Aha! He roared continuously from the depths of his heart and shouted at the top of his lungs. However, he could not break free from that mental control. No one can control me. Lowering his head, Su Zimo's body trembled violently, and the veins on his neck were exposed. His face's blood vessels were visibly seen as he did not give up despite the enduring pain. The blood-robed youth's technique was an extremely powerful secret skill, blood slave art. Once a cultivator's mind was corroded by blood slave art, they could fall into a mental illusion which was extremely difficult to break out of through their own efforts. Therefore, blood slave art was something that must not be interrupted or disturbed by external forces while it was being executed. The blood-robed youth felt that this was an extremely appropriate situation for him to deploy blood slave art. Su Zimo was restrained by Yu Fei and could not budge. The 3 of them were far away from the battlefield, and no one could interrupt the execution process. The blood-robed youth could almost envision Su Zimo kneeling before him with a reverent and pious expression as a blood slave. However, be it the blood-robed youth or Yu Fei, they forgot something. That was the only variable. That variable did not merely affect the fates of Su Zimo, the blood-robed youth, and Yu Fei. It affected the entire battle of Dongling Valley as well. Perhaps none of them would foresee that the effect of the variable would not merely end here. After today, that effect would continue and eventually affect the entire Tianhuang mainland, stirring huge waves within. at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Su Zimo extended his arms, rooted on the ground. He trembled endlessly with a pained expression. His arms were held down, firmly by two large hands. Opposite him was the golden core spirit demon, Yu Fei. Beside Yu Fei stood the blood-robed youth. With his head lowered, Su Zimo's black hair was let down. Right then, Su Zimo felt a strange movement in his chest. In that slightly opened robe of his, a little beast hid inside. It looked at the miserable Su Zimo, and its round and pitch-black eyes sparkled as if it was a vast galaxy, deep and mysterious. Su Zimo was originally trapped in that mental illusion, surrounded by complete darkness. All of a sudden, an external force barged in, paving a path through that darkness. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of a little beast. It was like a little dog, looking at him with its head tilted as it blinked its pitch-black and sparkling eyes. Night Spirit. Su Zimo muttered softly. When he met with little beast's gaze, Su Zimo was shocked and suddenly broke free from the mental illusion. Night Spirit's gaze seemed to possess a mysterious power that could purge away the evil from Su Zimo's body. Even though he managed to break out of the mental illusion, Su Zimo was sweating profusely and almost out of strength. Hurry and escape! Su Zimo's lips trembled as he said with a hoarse voice. Although Night Spirit had a mysterious background and managed to help him break free from the mental illusion, it was still too young. It had been less than a month since it was born. What could a month-old baby do? Notwithstanding a human baby, even a month-old, pure-blooded, ferocious beast would have delicate skin and tender bones, pitifully weak at best. Of course, even though Night Spirit was young, it was extremely intelligent and had already gained sentience. Su Zimo knew that Night Spirit could understand his words and could read the situation as well. His fate was already decided. Now that he was in the hands of a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could escape. However, it was different for Night Spirit. It looked like a weak puppy through and through. Be it the blood-robed youth or Yu Fei, none of them would bother about it, giving it a great chance to escape alive. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Night Spirit's expression was calm and it did not move. It remained hidden in Su Zimo's embrace without exposing itself, merely listening with its head tilted as though it was trying to pay attention to what was going on outside. Ugh! Almost at the same moment as when Su Zimo broke out of the mental illusion, a muffled groan came from the other side. The blood-robed youth covered his head with both hands. He was in extreme pain as his deep green eyes were bloodshot while his facial features were contorted, looking extremely frightening. If blood slave art was interrupted by any normal external force, the impact on the caster wouldn't be that great. But this time, the blood-robed youth's blood slave art was reflected by a mysterious force. The failure of the technique along with the backlash from the force struck the blood-robed youth like a thunderbolt. His head felt like it was splitting as he nearly fainted. Oh! Yu Fei frowned. He was still gripping Su Zimo's arms tightly as he turned around to the blood-robed youth and asked in concern, "What's wrong, young master?" At that moment, Su Zimo's chest moved. A black shadow darted out, running on Su Zimo's arm onto Yu Fei's arm within a couple of steps. Like a ghost, the black shadow was extremely fast and appeared at Yu Fei's chest in the blink of an eye. Pausing for a brief moment, the black shadow suddenly raised its paw. 5 extremely sharp claws poked out, flashing with a cold glint, swiping at Yu Fei's throat with a bloodied smell of death. Chapter 223. 3 Rounds. Chapter 223. 3 Rounds. At the same time, the blood-robed youth endured the pain in his head and gritted his teeth. Watch out. There's something else on Su Zimo's body. However, it was already too late when he said that. The moment Night Spirit struck, Yu Fei felt something and turned around instinctively. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently and his heart stopped beating. Poof! A flash of blood appeared as Yu-Fei's Adam's apple was torn apart by Night Spirit alongside a huge chunk of flesh. Fresh blood splattered all over Su Zimo's body. Night Spirit's timing could be described as perfect. The entire process was smooth and fluid like water. In that brief moment, Night Spirit displayed a precise and keen sense of timing towards the situation. That was a capability that no one had imparted to him. It was completely through instinct. Killing instinct. When he saw that, Su Zimo was stunned. The blood-robed youth's mind went blank and he was stunned as well. That strike was way too ruthless. Even if Yu-Fei was a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could survive given that serious injury. Yu-Fei's eyes were widened and a black glow suddenly burst forth from his chest. With a backhand punch, he struck towards Night Spirit's head. It was the final gamble of a golden core spirit demon at the brink of death. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Yu-Fei had already reacted extremely quickly. Right after his throat was ripped by Night Spirit's claws, he wanted to kill Night Spirit on the spot at the very first instant. Since his large arteries were severed and he had suffered immense loss of blood and qi, Yu-Fei had already realized that he would definitely die. However, he wanted to kill Night Spirit right before he died. Against Yu-Fei's incoming punch, Night Spirit leaped and turned its head, dodging to the side with all its might. Bang! Even so, Yu-Fei's punch struck Night Spirit on the waist heavily. Hia! Night Spirit cried out in pain, and there was a clear depression on its waist. Like a kite with a snapped string, Night Spirit was sent flying into Su Zimo's arms after that punch. With its eyes closed, Night Spirit coughed out blood repeatedly and was already unconscious. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt his heart ache. Compared to the true strength of a golden core spirit demon, Night Spirit, who was only a month old, was truly much weaker. This was akin to an infant that was a few years old wielding a dagger in his hand. Even though he had the power to kill an adult, he would never ever be a match for the adult. In reality, if not for the fact that Yu-Fei had been severely injured with his strength decreased drastically after the massive loss of qi and blood, that punch would have very likely blown Night Spirit's body apart. That punch seemed to have drained Yu-Fei of all his vitality. Young master, hurry escape! Yu-Fei's face was pale, and his throat was broken as he spat out words intermittently. Despite that, he was trying his best. After those 4 words, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were lifeless, and the ground was swiftly stained red by his blood. Placing Night Spirit back into his robes, Su Zimo looked at the blood-robed youth opposite him with a cold, murderous gaze. At that moment, Su Zimo was not in a good state. He had managed to break free from the mental illusion thanks to Night Spirit's help. However, he had taken a huge toll during this period of time and was both mentally and physically exhausted. It was akin to having gone through a battle with a top expert. The blood-robed youth was not in the best state either. The blood-robed youth was still suffering waves of pain from the disruption of blood slave art along with the power backlash. He was clearly somewhat dazed. Given their terrible conditions, if they were to truly fight, no one could tell who would be the eventual victor. However, when he saw how Yu-Fei died and recalled Yu-Fei's final words, the blood-robed youth already had the urge to retreat. Furthermore, who was he? As the young master of Blood Crow Palace, his status was immeasurably noble. Why did he have to engage in a life and death bout with this foundation establishment cultivator before him? As long as he were to avoid this person for the time being, the latter would definitely die once the golden cores from the battlefield arrived. At that thought, the blood-robed youth was decided. Retreat. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze turned over, sharp as a knife, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. The gaze was completely unlike a human's gaze. It was more like an ancient, ferocious beast that was extremely hungry, violent, brutal, and bloody. The blood-robed youth's heart skipped a beat and his guts shrank, taking a half step back subconsciously. Bang! That single half step caused Suzimo's aura to increase massively. Using the momentum, Suzimo deployed the plow heaven stride and charged forward. Churning his power of blood chi, he punched with his backhand like a massive seal that descended from the skies. Suzimo's eyes were filled with endless coldness without the slightest hint of mercy. Just moments ago, he was nearly controlled and turned into a blood slave by this blood-robed youth. Night Spirit was severely injured and might even die. Most of the sharpest foundation establishment disciples of Ethereal Peak had perished. 2 sect elders had perished as well. Those blood debts had to be repaid by this blood-robed youth's life. Save me. The blood-robed youth was appalled as he shrieked while pulling out a white bone shield from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy to it, the white bone shield expanded massively, and the blood-robed youth tossed it out hurriedly to block above his head. Having lost his courage, the blood-robed youth could no longer attack and could only defend. In his opinion, as long as he could last 10 rounds, there would definitely be Golden Core reinforcements from the Golden Core battlefield not far away. They would save him and kill Suzimo at the same time. On the Golden Core battlefield, the 10 Golden Cores with Peng Fei leading them surrounded and attacked Wen Xian and Elder Yu, possessing complete control of the situation. If not for Wen Xian's Golden Core phenomenon, both of them would have died a long time ago. However, releasing a Golden Core phenomenon consumed a lot of spirit energy. Wen Xian could not hold on for much longer. When he heard the cry for help, Peng Fei's expression changed. Quickly, go and support the young master. Nothing must happen to him. Peng Fei pointed at 2 Golden Cores and shouted. The 2 of them extricated themselves hurriedly and flew through the air, speeding towards the direction of the blood-robed youth. Everything was happening just as the blood-robed youth expected. Indeed, he would receive Golden Core reinforcements after his cry for help. However, the blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Bang! Suzimo's fist landed on the white bone shield and let out a deafening bang. Trembling violently, a series of cracks appeared on the bone shield as its light dimmed. The white bone shield was shattered by a single punch of Suzimo's. Pissed. Instantly, the blood-robed youth gasped and his expression changed. Right after, Suzimo's figure flashed and he arrived in front of the blood-robed youth. A cold light burst forth from within Suzimo's eyes as he reached out and grabbed the blood-robed youth's arms, forcefully tearing them apart. At the same time, he bent his knees and charged forth like a divine steed. Divine steed dismemberment. Shing! A mist of blood filled the air. Ah! In the midst of a shrill scream from the blood-robed youth, Suzimo had forcefully ripped his arms off. Right after divine steed dismemberment was divine steed trampling. Suzimo kneed against the blood-robed youth's chest, and with a leap he used the momentum of the blow. Both legs were at the blood-robed youth's throat as Suzimo trampled twice on his head. Without a single pause, Suzimo's body had already passed the blood-robed youth. The 2 killing moves connected seamlessly and could only be described as perfect. The moment Suzimo landed on the ground, the blood-robed youth fell face first as well. His chest was caved in and his throat was torn apart while his face was mangled beyond recognition. The blood-robed youth was thoroughly dead. The blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Suzimo did not need 10 rounds to kill him. He merely needed 3 rounds. Chapter 224, A Sliver of Life. Chapter 224, A Sliver of Life. Right as the blood-robed youth died, Black Crow Mountain, which was thousands of kilometers away, suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura as though the apocalypse had arrived. Every living creature on Black Crow Mountain was scared out of their wits, sprawling on the ground motionlessly. Who? Who is it? How dare you kill my disciple? From the depths of Black Crow Mountain, a deep and sinister roar came from a huge palace that contained endless fury and killing intent. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the entire palace shook violently. The blood, mist around it grew thicker and was almost materialized. The entire palace seemed to be floating in a sea of blood, faintly discernible. A figure rushed out from the palace and suddenly opened his mouth, sucking hard. Splash! The sea of blood surged, forming a huge vortex that gushed into the figure's open mouth relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared. A middle-aged man stood in the air with his black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was thin, and he wore a dark red robe, while a sinister gaze shone from his faint green eyes. Caw, caw! Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from Black Crow Mountain. Initially, that sound was far away. However, it came close in the blink of an eye. A gigantic crow with bloodshot eyes was flapping its wings, streaking across the skies of Black Crow Mountain and approaching. That was the king among the many blood-eyed crows of Black Crow Mountain, the Blood Crow King. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord first arrived at Black Crow Mountain, this crow was the first creature he subdued. It had gained quite a bit of benefits by following Blood Crow Palace's lord. By now, its cultivation was already equivalent to the peak of a nascent soul. Master! The Blood Crow King arrived at the skies above the palace and suddenly descended. When it landed on the ground, it transformed into a black-robed cultivator who knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Come, follow me out there. The gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was ice-cold as he said in a chilling voice, I want to see who's the one who dares lay a hand on my disciple. I'll make him pay with his blood. Dongling Valley. The blood-robed youth perished in a pool of blood. The time it took for 3 rounds was merely a couple of seconds. It was too short. The 2 golden core reinforcements were too far away to be able to arrive in time to save the blood-robed youth. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 golden cores were dumbfounded. Both of them seemed to have thought of something terrifying as the color drained from their faces. Looking terrible, their bodies shivered faintly. The blood-robed youth was the only legacy disciple of Blood Crow Palace's lord. They arrived at Dongling Valley while escorting the blood-robed youth. Now that the blood-robed youth had died tragically here, the palace lord might take it out on them in a fit of anger. Their only chance of survival was on the green-robed cultivator not far away. They had to capture this person alive and present him to the palace lord. That was their hope for survival. Swash! Swash! Their eyes turned bloodshot, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Circulating the spirit energy in their dantian fervently, they charged in Su Zimo's direction at top speed. On the other side, Su Zimo had exhausted almost all of his stamina after killing the blood-robed youth in 3 moves, and was now panting. Be it in terms of combination, strength, or timing, those 3 moves were executed to his limits. He had managed to kill a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in a one-on-one fight. Even if Su Zimo was in peak condition, he may not have been able to produce that feat. If not the fact that he was able to unleash a formidable power of blood chi, given his lesser mastery of the organ's refinement section, as well as the blood-robed youth's loss of courage, resulting in a weakness in his aura, it would be hard to tell who would have been the victor. After killing the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the 2 golden cores nearby with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Swoosh! Flicking his sleeves, a supreme grade flying sword shot out. Shing! The first thing Su Zimo did was to cut open Yu Fei's chest with the flying sword to retrieve the demon beast inner core within. Right after, he sliced off the blood-robed youth's head and took the latter's storage bag. This person is dead and his head is with me. If you want it, come and take it. Ha ha ha. Su Zimo held the blood-robed youth's head in his hands as he threw his head back and laughed uproariously with a loud voice that rang in all directions. Su Zimo's current location was quite far away. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the blood-robed youth in 3 moves, that speed was so fast that no one else had noticed it other than the 2 golden cores that arrived. However, his voice was reverberating through Dongling Valley endlessly right now, and everyone could hear it clear and well. The clash between both sides met with a momentary pause. Be it the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace or disciples of Ethereal Peak, regardless of their cultivation realms, they glanced at Su Zimo's direction subconsciously. Following that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The disciples of Ethereal Peak let out joyous looks. However, the masses of Blood Crow Palace were pale as a sheet, looking ashen. Capture that person alive. Don't let him escape. Peng Fei roared in anger. There were now only 8 golden cores of Blood Crow Palace that were surrounding Wen Xian and Elder Yu. The moment they heard Peng Fei's roar, 2 more golden cores left the battlefield and sprinted in the direction of Su Zimo with lightning speed. Poof! 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 The pressure on Wen Xian decreased drastically. He took advantage of a golden core's absent-minded state and shot forth with his phenomenon. Many slender raindrops poured down on that person's body, producing countless bloody holes on his body. With a dimmed gaze, that person fell from midair. Peng Fei grit his teeth. He had planned on capturing Su Zimo personally, but now he had no choice but to stay here. Swallowing a mouthful of elixirs, Peng Fei frantically circulated his spirit energy and activated the power of the storm, hoping to kill Wen Xian and Elder Yu as soon as possible. In the air, there were many blood-eyed crows that were surrounding the remaining 40-odd disciples of Ethereal Peak initially. Now, all the blood-eyed crows swarmed in Su Zimo's direction with bloodshot eyes. More than half of the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace were diverted away as well. As such, the pressure on the people of Ethereal Peak decreased immensely. Everyone suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of hope, a sliver of life. Due to the death of the blood-robed youth, the entire situation had taken on a slight, mysterious change. The battlefield was in a mess. No matter what, Qin Yu and Ji Qingtian were legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak. One at 5 Meridian and the other at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were extremely strong. As long as they could make use of this situation to escape from Dongling Valley and send a message to the sect, everyone would have a chance of surviving. On the other side, there were now 4 golden cores that were rushing at Su Zimo. The blood-eyed crows in the skies were swarming over alongside more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. That massive army was akin to a raging wave that was surging over. In the face of the oncoming wave, Su Zimo appeared extremely minuscule, and he was almost drowned by the dense crowd and the blood-eyed crows that covered the skies. One could imagine his ending. Chapter 225, Blood Escape. Chapter 225, Blood Escape. Qin Yu turned back and looked in Su Zimo's direction with tightly gripped fists and a complicated gaze. Bro. Little Fatty could not help but exclaim. Lung Ro let out a reluctant expression. Everyone of Ethereal Peak knew that this sliver of life was obtained single-handedly by Su Zimo with his life on the line. Right now, none of the golden cores bothered if they were dead or alive. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators blocking their way were reduced by more than half. Almost everyone's attention was drawn by Su Zimo. Hurry, let's go. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and waved his arm, shouting in a low voice. If he were to be hesitant and indecisive at a moment like this, he would only cause everyone to die. Joining forces, Qin Yu and Ji Qingtian walked at the front and released their spirit arts continuously. With the help of the sect's secret skills, their flying swords shuttled through the battlefield, splattering blood everywhere. Even though the people of Ethereal Peak were covered in injuries, all of them endured their pains and gathered their spirits. They followed closely behind the two of them and charged their ways out of Dongling Valley. On the other side, Su Zimo was in a bad state. When he used the Fiend Suppression Seal, previously, almost all the spirit energy in his dantian was drained. Thereafter, he was mentally and physically exhausted resisting the corrosion of the blood slave art. Finally, he burst forth at his peak and killed the blood-robed youth cleanly in 3 rounds, expending the last of his stamina. Su Zimo was at his weakest right now. Not far away, for golden cores sped over with a boiling killing intent, followed by a dense swarm of blood-eyed crows and hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace. Dust and smoke billowed as murderous intent filled the skies. Despite the circumstances, there was no sign of panic on Su Zimo's face. His eyes were calm and his expression was composed. He was channeling a secret skill. There was a blood refinement Fiend Sutra etched on the lid of the coffin of the Fiend Sect's inheritance ground. Originating from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, this secret skill was called Blood Escape. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra detailed the use of bloodlines and described how one should activate the power of bloodlines. Blood Escape was no exception. Once released, Blood Escape would burn up 1/3 of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, there were extremely obvious side effects to Blood Escape as well. By burning up 1/3 of one's bloodline, be it humans or demons, they would turn extremely weak. Their limbs would go cold and breathing would become significantly difficult. In fact, they might even faint. How long a person would remain in that weakened state depended on their individual physiques. The stronger one's physique was, the faster they would recover to normal. However, given ordinary circumstances, it would take at least 10 to 14 days of recuperation for a complete recovery. With the onslaught of the massive army ahead, Su Zimo could only choose to turn and escape. However, the direction behind him was in the opposite direction of Ethereal Peak. If he were to blood escape hundreds of kilometers in that direction, the distance between Su Zimo and Ethereal Peak would only increase even further. Left with no other choice, Su Zimo could only turn and escape. Channeling the mental cultivation technique of blood escape, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and bit his tongue gently, causing a stream of essence blood to spray. Dong! 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 His heart suddenly started to beat rapidly, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. It was as though someone was drumming from the heavens, giving off a dull and powerful sound. Each time his heart beat, it would circulate a fresh stream of blood around his limbs. On that stream of blood, a flame burned in secret. It was extremely strange and emitted endless power. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and activated divine steed fleeting, dashing out of Dongling Valley. Swash! He turned into a sanguine flash of light and in almost the blink of an eye, disappeared from everyone's sights. It was too fast. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking lost and confused. Several seconds later, the 4 golden cores were the first to realize what happened. They released all their strength and chased in the direction where Su Zimo vanished. A secret skill as such is definitely using his vitality in exchange for a momentary burst in strength. He won't be able to last long. Chase after him. That's right. Using that secret skill will definitely weaken him extremely once he comes to a stop. The several golden cores in midair were sharp and quickly saw through the essence of blood escape. One of the golden cores yelled, "Blood Crow Army, track that man down. After you find him, don't alert him. Just stay on his trail and wait for our reinforcement." Caw, caw. An ear-piercing screech broke out from the sea of blood-eyed crows in the skies, as if responding. Soon, many blood-eyed crows delved into the voids and disappeared. Even though the blood-eyed crows were only Foundation establishment spirit demons, their speed of flying through the air was not inferior to golden cores. Su Zimo ran with all his might. Although he did not turn back, he could guess that the group of unknown cultivators would definitely not give up. They were definitely hot on his tail. His blood was still burning. Su Zimo had to ensure that he broke free of their pursuit before a third of his blood was burnt up. Blood escape could increase his speed by multiples in a short period of time. However, it wasn't an infinite increase, and it was based on a cultivator's foundation. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, even after using blood escape, Su Zimo may not be much faster than golden cores in terms of speed. Golden cores were an entire cultivation realm above him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at a dense forest. After sprinting for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and with a flash, pounced onto a leopard nearby that could not dodge in time. That leopard could only be considered as a wild beast that had just gained sentience. Even though it bore some intellect in its eyes, it did not know how to cultivate yet. Wrapping the head of the blood-robed youth around the tail of the leopard, Su Zimo threatened it. "The further you run, the better. Don't take it off." The leopard could read the killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes, and it trembled in fear, nodding furiously. The moment Su Zimo released his grip, the leopard left in fear. When it saw that it was far enough, it fled like the wind. Su Zimo turned back and sneered coldly. He had to do something to distract his pursuers. Su Zimo believed that the leopard was enough to disturb his pursuers and send them into panic, such that they could not track him down. Taking a deep breath of air, he continued sprinting ahead. After some time, the energy produced by blood escape was expended thoroughly. This meant that Su Zimo's bloodline had been burnt by a full 1/3. The moment he came to a stop, Su Zimo felt the entire world spin, and he almost fell to the ground. He tried his best to compose his breathing, clutching his fists to maintain the clarity in his mind as he staggered forth. He could not just sleep there. He had not gotten out of danger just yet. Su Zimo had to look for a relatively secluded place and set up some simple array formations before he could rest assured that he was concealed. Before long, he found a cave at the foot of a mountain not far away. Heading in, Su Zimo took a look inside and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no demon beasts. Given his current state, even if he encountered a spirit beast, he would probably have to engage in a tough battle. Chapter 226, Nowhere to Run. Chapter 226, Nowhere to Run. Su Zimo fell to the ground, his bones and tendons feeling as though they were about to split. Enduring the pain, he took Night Spirit out of his robes carefully and hugged it in his embrace. He was worried about Night Spirit. Even though Yu Fei's lifeblood was greatly drained because of that swipe to his throat, he was still a golden core spirit demon after all. That counterattack before his death was extremely terrifying. Even if Su Zimo was the one in Night Spirit's situation, he could not guarantee that he could survive. However, Su Zimo was stunned when he took Night Spirit out. Back in Dongling Valley, he saw with his own eyes how Night Spirit's waist was caved in through Yu Fei's punch. It clearly suffered serious injuries to its organs and was coughing out blood, as if it could die at any time. But now, Night Spirit's body had returned to normal. Curled up in Su Zimo's embrace, Night Spirit was no longer bleeding from its mouth, breathing slowly and steadily. When it sensed Su Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit suddenly raised its head and blinked its tiny eyes. pitch black like gemstones. They looked at Suzimo, filled with life. The man and beast looked at one another. Huh. When he saw that Night Spirit was fine, Suzimo was delighted and could not help but laugh out loud. Yeah. As if sensing Suzimo's joy, Night Spirit opened its mouth slightly and cried in response. Suzimo carried Night Spirit up and examined it carefully. He was shocked to discover that Night Spirit had an extremely strong self-regeneration ability. Even though it was not fully recovered, the wounds on its internal organs were already beginning to heal and its broken bones were reconnected. From their escape from Dongling Valley till now, Night Spirit had not consumed any elixirs and was completely reliant on its own body's ability to repair and adjust. It was less than a month since Night Spirit had been born. Of course, the greater Night Spirit's potential was, the more stringent the conditions were for it to grow. If it was a ferocious beast cub, its parents would naturally be pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Extremely powerful, they could provide sufficient food and resources for the ferocious beast cubs. However, Suzimo was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator right now and honestly could not provide much for Night Spirit. He took out Yufei's inner core from his storage bag and placed it under Night Spirit's nose, wanting to feed it. If not for Night Spirit's assassination, Suzimo would have been reduced to a blood slave of the blood-robed youth by now. Therefore, he did not hesitate nor feel pained in the slightest bit feeding Night Spirit the inner core. Twitching its nose slightly, Night Spirit sneezed and turned its head away, pouting its lips with disdain in its eyes. Burp. When he saw that, Suzimo was speechless. That inner core could be considered the most precious thing he had. He did not expect that Night Spirit would look down on it. You must be crazy, letting up on such a good thing. Having narrowly escaped death, along with the fact that Night Spirit survived, Suzimo was in a great mood and could not help but chide jokingly. He put away the inner core, casually, prepared to consume it himself later. I'll put you down first. Let me go set up some array formations, and we'll hide here for a couple of days. Suzimo told Night Spirit. Unexpectedly, Night Spirit arched its body and tried to burrow into Suzimo's embrace repeatedly, as if it was most comfortable there. Unable to reject, Suzimo stuffed it inside his robes again and came to the entrance of the cave to begin setting up array formations. After burning a third of his blood, Suzimo was extremely weak by now. However, he did not dare to rest. He had to make every second count and lay out a couple of array formations before he could set himself at ease. Suzimo had just drawn a couple of formation patterns when he came to a sudden stop. An extremely strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he had been targeted. There was no danger or warning signs. However, Suzimo felt that something was amiss. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes hidden somewhere staring at him. He remained expressionless and continued to draw his formation patterns. However, most of his attention and gaze were constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find the origin of that unpleasant feeling. After a while, Suzimo found nothing. Did I imagine it? His eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. It would be best if he had imagined it. Otherwise, right then, Night Spirit popped its head out from Suzimo's chest. Hia! Night Spirit called out. Suzimo was in deep thought and did not pay attention to Night Spirit's cries. Hia! Hia! After a while, Night Spirit cried out 2 more times, seeing that Suzimo was ignoring him. It used its paws to scratch on Suzimo's chest gently, but it did not extend its claws. What's wrong? Coming to his senses, Suzimo lowered his head and asked. Night Spirit's head was raised as it looked in the direction of the sky with an icy gaze. There was a tiny speck reflected in its pitch-black pupils. Oh! Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head suddenly. Up above in the skies, there was a black hidden within the clouds, faintly discernible. Given that distance, if it was any normal Foundation establishment cultivator, their eyesight would not be enough to make out what that figure dancing in the skies was. However, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely powerful, and he recognized that the black dot was a blood-eyed crow. Not only that, there were even more black dots gathering towards that area in the clouds. With the blood-eyed crows giving directions, it won't be long before a golden core finds his way there. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. He had not managed to shake off his pursuers at all. If he had not sensed that something was amiss and Night Spirit discovered the source of his feelings, he might have been surrounded and killed here without even knowing why. Escape. Su Zimo's first reaction was to continue escaping. However, the world was so huge. Where could he escape to? There were too many blood-eyed crows. In addition, they were fast and had a keen sense of smell. No matter where Su Zimo escaped, it was inevitable that he would be caught. The blood-eyed crows were the eyes of his enemies, and they were everywhere. This meant that Su Zimo would always be under the enemy's surveillance. There was nowhere to run. Furthermore, he was in an extremely bad condition. The blood that he had burnt earlier had not recovered, and he no longer had any energy left. What should he do? Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried his best to compose himself, thinking hard of a way to break out of this situation. He believed that there must be a way for him to escape from the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows. After a while, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. He had an idea. He took out the demon beast inner core from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. Su Zimo was prepared to use blood escape once more. Making use of blood escape 2 times in a row meant that he would have to burn up 2/3 of his blood, and there was a high chance he could die. However, he had no other choice. He could only consume the inner core in advance to prevent any mishaps. Right now, Su Zimo was at his weakest. If he did not make use of blood escape, he would not be able to escape far and would definitely be caught by the golden cores behind. Taking out a map from his storage bag, Su Zimo took a good look at it. Soon, he put away the map and channeled blood escape. His body turned into a sanguine light as he made a slight change of direction and dashed for it. Chapter 227, Jishui River. Chapter 227, Jishui River. This time, Su Zimo was no longer running aimlessly. There was only one place to escape from the blood-eyed crow surveillance: Jishui River. Blood-eyed crows were Foundation establishment spirit demons after all. They did not have inner cores and could not internalize their breathings. As such, they naturally could not dive into Jishui River. Su Zimo was different. He had both immortality and demonic cultivations. Although he did not have an inner core, he could use his spirit energy to form a protective barrier and repel water. The map indicated that Jishui River ran through the entire territory of the Great Zhou Dynasty. No one knew where Jishui River began and ended. The map did not indicate it as well. However, that was not important. What Su Zimo had to do was to dive into Jishui River and drift with the flow. That was how he could escape the tracking of the blood-eyed crows entirely. Su Zimo sprinted the entire way, running through the night. The next morning, he finally arrived at the riverbed of Jishui River. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression was pale and his consciousness was gradually blurring. If he had not consumed that demon beast inner core, he would have been a dead man by now, making use of blood escape twice. No matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand burning 2/3 of their blood essence. This time he was almost completely exhausted. Su Zimo staggered and lost control of his body and balance, falling forward head first into the river. Broop, broop, broop. A series of bubbles appeared on the water surface. Stirred awake by the waters, Su Zimo shook his head and struggled to stand up. His mind was slightly cleared up. Night Spirit tunneled out of Su Zimo's robes, and after swimming a little in the river, it actually began to float. From the looks of it, Night Spirit was pretty adaptable to water as well. Su Zimo grit his teeth and carried Night Spirit, conjuring a barrier of spirit energy with great effort. Finally, he leaped and disappeared completely into Jishui River. The river was cold. For someone who had burned most of his bloodline, that level of coldness was already seeping into his bones. Su Zimo trembled from head to toe, hugging Night Spirit tightly with widened eyes as he dived down. He gathered his spirit and did not dare to be careless, wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his left hand while surveying his surroundings constantly. Jishui River was not a friendly place. The danger inside was definitely not less than the forests in the vast wilderness. There were many powerful demon beasts lurking within Jishui River as well. If he was not careful, he might die here. Su Zimo did not dare to dive too deep. Typically, stronger demon beasts would lurk in the deeper waters. Right now, Su Zimo was surrounded mostly by chi condensation spirit demons that had just learned how to cultivate. The many aquatic demon beasts were truly dazzling to look at. All of those spirit beasts merely looked from afar, and none of them dared to approach casually. All of a sudden, as though they were frightened by something, the spirit beasts scattered at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. The river surged in a slanted manner as a huge water column flowed in the opposite direction, filled with a ferocious, killing, intent, and formidable aura. It was a spirit demon. A foundation establishment spirit demon had appeared. Sung! 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 Su Zimo endured the pain in his dantian and forcefully injected spirit energy. His sword trembled continuously. The reason why Su Zimo activated the flying sword right away was because he wanted to fight against that spirit demon. However, he suddenly put away the flying sword on second thought. Whoosh! The spirit beast emerged from the water, and Su Zimo could finally take a good look at it. Green armored crocodile. The green armored crocodile was one of the most common demon beasts in Jishui River. It earned its name thanks to the massively indestructible armor that lined its entire body and its massive size. Moving extremely fast in the waters, the green armored crocodile appeared before Su Zimo almost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Zimo felt like he was facing a mountain instead of an aquatic demon beast. Swoosh! The moment it arrived before Su Zimo, the green armored crocodile opened its massive mouth without a second thought and devoured Su Zimo as a whole with ease alongside the river water. Su Zimo stood inside the green armored crocodile's mouth. Even though he seemed incomparably small, he was extremely calm. Just as the lower jaw of the green armored crocodile was about to close, Su Zimo drew out his supreme-grade flying sword again and activated the 4 spirit patterns on it. He said with a cold voice, "You better not move." At that moment, Night Spirit extended its claws and tapped its paws gently on the tongue of the green armored crocodile. It did not use much strength, but the green armored crocodile's tongue was already bleeding. "Listen to me now." Standing in the green armored crocodile's mouth, Su Zimo said slowly, "Swim down along with Jishui River. I'm going to borrow your stomach for the time being. Once my body recovers, I'll leave. Besides, I promise I won't harm your life." The green armored crocodile had already cultivated to a spirit demon level and had gained sentience. Su Zimo believed that it would definitely understand his words. Indeed, after a momentary hesitation, the green armored crocodile nodded its head. That was a good choice. It could either believe in Su Zimo, or it could die right away. Hugging Night Spirit, Su Zimo slid down the green armored crocodile's throat into its stomach. At the same time, he crushed the protective talisman given to him by Lung Ro. A barrier of light surrounded Su Zimo. Even though it was slightly smelly in the green armored crocodile's stomach, it was a place undisturbed by anyone. It was the perfect hiding ground for him to calm down and recuperate in peace. If Su Zimo were to hug Night Spirit and continue flowing down Jishui River, he would have no time to recuperate. This arrangement was killing two birds with one stone. Su Zimo intended to stay in the green armored crocodile's stomach for the time being. After he and Night Spirit's injuries were healed, he would leave and return to shore. Shaking its head and tail, the green armored crocodile disappeared from where it was, swimming down the river. 3 days later, a large number of blood-eyed crows circled above Jishui River, densely packed and covering the skies. Peng Fei and the other cultivators who had participated in the Dongling Valley battle stood by the shore. They looked at the surging river with a terrible expression, remaining silent. Before they set off, they had 10 golden cores. Now, they were only left with 6. Peng Fei's face was slightly pale. He seemed to be seriously injured and had rushed over before he could recover. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators had decreased by half as well. Caw-caw. Before long, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from the distant horizon. All the blood-eyed crows paused for a moment and split into 2 sides in the skies, as though they were welcoming a powerful existence. Before long, a gigantic, pitch-black blood crow king sped over. On its back was a middle-aged man dressed in blood-colored robes. Hands behind his back, his face was thin and his eyes were gloomy. "Greetings, Palace Lord." The masses of Blood Crow Palace knelt on the ground hurriedly, lowering their heads and shivering from head to toe. None of them dared to make eye contact with the Palace Lord. Gritting his teeth, Peng Fei bolstered his courage and said, "Palace Lord, what happened was—" Peng Fei recounted everything that had happened in Dongling Valley. In reality, none of them saw how Yu Fei died. That was also the most confusing part of the entire situation. If Yu Fei did not die, the young master would not have died as well with the protection of a golden core spirit demon. Chapter 228, Turned into Dust. Chapter 228, Turned into Dust. You mean to say that a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core spirit demon actually died in the hands of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator despite their combined efforts? The Blood Crow Palace's Lord looked at Peng Fei as his green eyes sparkled. Even though his tone was calm, it exuded an inexplicable coldness. With so many people, it was supposed to be a one-sided massacre. None of the people from Dongling Valley should have been able to escape. But what happened, Against the questioning of the Palace Lord, Peng Fei and the others lowered their heads, and no one dared to reply. The air seemed to be frozen and layered with a murderous intent. The Palace Lord exuded a terrifying aura of authority that was impossible to resist. At that moment, all the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace that were kneeling down felt that they were insignificantly small in the face of the Palace Lord, as though they were facing a divine god. I can understand if it was a golden core who had managed to escape, but how did a mere Foundation establishment cultivator manage to escape despite being surrounded by so many people? I want to know just how that Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape. The Palace Lord's voice turned louder and sharper. Many cultivators revealed looks of pain, but none of them dared to say anything. A bunch of trash. The Palace Lord's gaze was icy as his glabella flickered with a strange glow, eyes laden with killing intent. He stretched his palms slowly and pressed down on the air in the direction of Peng Fei and the others. The initially flowing river seemed to be under immense pressure as it stopped mysteriously. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Peng Fei's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. He was dead on the spot without even a corpse left. When they saw that, the people kneeling behind Peng Fei were scared out of their wits. They felt as if someone was grabbing their hearts, and they even forgot to breathe. Someone like Peng Fei, who had managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, was dead, just like that, without even a chance to explain himself. The gaze of the palace lord swept past everyone coldly. Each time his gaze swept past someone, that person's face would turn terribly pale, as if he could smell the aura of death. I'll give you guys a chance to atone for your mistakes. Track down Su Zimo. Dead or alive, I want to see him. The moment the palace lord's voice rang out, everyone felt a sense of relief, as though they had just passed through the gates of life and death briefly. Soon everyone dispersed. Some of them dived into Jishui River, while others looked around the shore for clues. Caw-caw! The Blood Crow King suddenly raised its head and cried. As if they had received some instructions, the many blood-eyed crows circling in the skies dispersed. The Blood Crow King walked forward and said in a dark voice, "Master, I've ordered them to search along Jishui River. However, the river is truly too long, and it's hard to determine where Su Zimo will get on shore. No matter, I have my methods." The palace lord said indifferently. The Blood Crow King seemed to have thought of something as its eyes lit up. It nodded and said, "That's right. Young master used blood slave art on that person. Even though he's dead, Su Zimo's body must contain remnant energy of the curse. As long as you search for it using your secret skill, we'll definitely be able to determine that person's location." That's right. Jishui River has a way of blocking my secret skills probing. A vicious glint flashed in the palace lord's eyes as he said coldly, "However, as long as Su Zimo leaves Jishui River, I'll definitely know about it." Su Zimo did not know it at that point of time. However, his accidental decision to dive into Jishui River to escape the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows had instead caused him to avoid a momentary calamity. Inside the green armored crocodile's stomach, Su Zimo's consciousness was already fading out. The damage to his body was too great after using blood escape twice in a row. Su Zimo tried his best to stay awake, opening the blood-robed youth's storage bag. He did not even look and poured everything out. He searched for a few bottles of healing elixirs and swallowed them before putting away the rest of the items. He then started to heal himself. Before this, Su Zimo had consumed a demon beast's inner core, and a massive source of essence was sealed within his body. With the help of the inner core and the many miraculous elixirs, Su Zimo began cultivating before long. Huff, huff. Boom, boom. The tiger, leopard thunder sounded. Essence chi grew endlessly within his 5 organs, and his bones and tendons crackled repeatedly. New blood regenerated and flowed continuously, bringing forth new life to Su Zimo's body. Time quickly passed. After a long while, Su Zimo's body finally recovered. His injuries had healed. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Boom! The bloodline in his body surged like a tsunami. That surging bloodline contained endless flashes of lightning mixed with dull, resounding sounds of thunder that made one's heart rattle. The stomach of the green armored crocodile was filled with demonic chi so thick that it almost materialized. All of those demonic chi were produced through Su Zimo's cultivation. To its shock, the green armored crocodile discovered that its body was also improving under the tempering of that demonic chi. To think that this was a demon beast with a core, I was truly mistaken. The green armored crocodile thought that Su Zimo was a demon beast with a core that had merely taken on a human form. After some time, Su Zimo opened his eyes. Filled with a bedazzling divine light, it was like a shooting star streaking through the dark night. Su Zimo's robes around his chest area moved, and a little head popped out, peering with its bright and pitch-black eyes that were filled with spirit. The man and beast looked at one another, and Su Zimo smiled. It was always a joyous event for one to survive a disaster. After refining the demon beast inner core, Su Zimo made progress on the organ's refinement section as well. Although there was still a long way to go before attaining greater mastery, it was already not easy for him to get to this stage. I wonder if little Fatty, Lung Ro, and the others managed to escape. How are Peak Master Wen Xian and Elder Yu doing now? The thought of everyone from Ethereal Peak had Su Zimo sighing inwardly. Till now, they did not know the background of the faction that attacked them at Dongling Valley. However, it was clear that the other party was prepared. On the one hand, the Battle of Dongling Valley was for revenge. After all, it was Su Zimo who killed all the cultivators from this faction outside Linfeng City. However, the greatest possibility was that the other party was doing it for the sect competition. In the sect competition, there would be ranking roles for spirit, elixir, talisman, and weapon refinement. Only the top 10 of each role had the rights to enter the ancient battlefield. Even though the ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was extremely important for every single foundation establishment cultivator. With danger came opportunities. In every single sect competition, Ethereal Sect would occupy the most number of spots for the spirit ranking. At the minimum, they occupied 3 spots. Now that all 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak were gathered, what would it imply if the blood-robed youth had managed to turn them all into his blood slave and have them under his control? That would mean that the blood-robed youth would have gained 3 spots at the very least for the sect competition. Given his own strength as a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, the blood-robed youth would have been able to occupy another spot. That was a total of 4 spots. If the blood-robed cultivator enslaved a few more powerful Meridian cultivators, the spirit ranking role would most likely be filled with his men. In fact, that was also what the Blood Crow Palace's Lord wanted. It was to ensure the young master's safety in the ancient battlefield. Unfortunately, all those plans had turned into dust. Before he could die on the ancient battlefield, the Blood Crow young master had already perished outside. Chapter 229, Primordial Ruin. Chapter 229, Primordial Ruin. After recovering from his injuries, Su Zimo did not linger in the stomach of the green armored crocodile. Arriving on shore, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and surveyed his surroundings before taking out his map to compare against it. As he had expected, he was even further away from Ethereal Peak. With his current location, it would probably take him a month of speeding without rest or sleep if he wanted to return to Ethereal Peak. Oh! Right then, Su Zimo frowned. A stabbing pain surged in his mind without any warning. Right after, Su Zimo's vision went into a trance. It was as if he saw the already dead, blood-robed youth standing before him, smiling with a weird gaze and a sinister grin. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a strange, green glint that lingered for a brief moment before disappearing. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo looked worse for the wear. Even though the blood-robed youth was already dead, there was still some remnant power of the blood slave art left in Su Zimo's body. Furthermore, he had not noticed it when he was recuperating previously. The cultivators of this mysterious faction had access to extremely treacherous methods that were unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Was it a coincidence for that strange stabbing pain to occur, or was someone manipulating it from behind the scenes? Su Zimo's eyes flickered, and he frowned in deep thought. He was more inclined to think that someone was behind this. After all, he did not feel that stabbing pain back when he was in the stomach of the green armored crocodile, and it appeared not long after he left Jishui River. Everything was way too coincidental. Moreover, if someone was manipulating it from behind the scenes, what was the other party's motive? Are they trying to determine if I'm alive, or are they trying to track me down and locate me through it? After pondering for a while, Su Zimo let out a long breath and muttered softly, "These guys are really impossible to shake off." If his theory was correct, it would imply that he could avoid the other party's detection inside Jishui River. However, Jishui River could not stay in Jishui River forever. He had to come up with a solution. To sever the route, he only had 2 options. The first option was to try and think up a method to purge that sinister power within his body. The second option was to think of a way to get rid of his pursuers. Both options were not exactly realistic, and Suzumo could not do it with his strength alone. He had no clue how to go about the first option. As for the second option, Suzumo had a vague idea. Naturally, the second option was way too treacherous, and there was a high chance he could be implicated as well. Spreading the map open once more, Suzumo searched for his next landing spot. The map indicated some dangerous areas. Some indicated the source of danger, while others were vague and brief. Among them, there was a dark, blood-colored cross drawn on one of the spots. It was proof that that was the most dangerous area. Suzumo did not know much about the place other than it was a ruin of the primordial era. Because the primordial era was too long ago, it did not leave many things behind. However, there was definitely something unique about this primordial ruin for it to be able to survive till this day. A vicious glint flashed in Suzumo's eyes as he put away the map and sped towards the primordial ruin. Let's see what sort of danger lies within this primordial ruin and whether it's enough to destroy you guys. Suzumo planned on leading his pursuers to that primordial ruin. It was almost evening. Suzumo did not rest at all and sprinted the entire way. He did not know how many cultivators were chasing him, nor did he know what their cultivation realms were. However, the earlier he arrived at the primordial ruin, the greater his chances of being able to set a trap and kill his pursuers. Morning. Travel-worn, Suzumo finally arrived at the periphery of the primordial ruin. When he arrived, Suzumo was shocked to discover that there were quite a number of cultivators around him. There were Chi Condensation Foundation Establishment and even Golden Core cultivators who stood floating in the air. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered. It was extremely dense and shocking. A few of the cultivators were very likely even nascent soul perfected lords. At nascent soul realm, the spirit-peering art could no longer reveal one's cultivation realm. Suzumo merely had a feeling that the auras of those people were extremely terrifying and even surpassed the golden cores. Something's wrong. Suzumo was confused. Initially, he thought that these people were from the mysterious faction and were specially waiting for him here. If that was the case, the mysterious faction's methods would be truly unpredictable. However, after observing them in secret for a while, Suzumo discovered that these people were clearly not from the same sect. They came from all over the place. Suzumo was even more puzzled. Even though he had yet to actually step foot into the territory of the primordial ruin, why were all those cultivators gathered here? Of course, in order to hide his identity, Suzumo had long put his sect badge into his storage bag as well. Fellow Daoist, what are you guys gathering here for? Suzumo casually pulled out a Chi Condensation itinerant cultivator and asked. The moment the itinerant cultivator saw that Suzumo was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he let out a respectful expression. The person cupped his fists. Fellow Daoist, you do not understand. A month ago, a golden beam of light shot forth into the skies from the territory of the primordial ruin ahead. It lasted for a long time and even brought forth lightning and thunder. Before Suzumo could speak, another itinerant cultivator passing by could not help but chime in. I heard that it was rainbow-colored and extremely extraordinary. It said that there were even sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes crying. Tisk, I've seen a true dragon before. Even though it was just a scale and half a claw, it was shocking enough. That single scale was bigger than our entire bodies, and that claw was longer and sharper than our flying swords. A cultivator beside him joined the crowd in a seemingly important manner. His spit flew everywhere, and his eyes glowed as he spoke. It was clear that he was exaggerating, as everything he said blew further and further out of proportion. Not really understanding, Suzumo asked again, So, that proves that there must be treasures in the primordial ruin ahead. Furthermore, the treasure has just appeared. There's another possibility. A powerful cave abode restriction within the primordial ruin may have disappeared, causing a phenomenon due to the many treasures within. Yes, it might be a sect from the primordial era that has left behind some inheritance for me to inherit. The surrounding cultivators discussed their guesses. However, I heard that the primordial ruin is an extremely dangerous place. Suzimo asked again. Yes. Someone nodded. There have always been such rumors. However, not many people know exactly the sort of danger that lies within. Ever since the ancient times, there have been cultivators dying here almost every year. It's inevitable that there's danger. However, since it's a primordial ruin, it means that many of the things left behind are from the primordial era. If you manage to find a treasure, you might just soar impossibly. At the mention of that, many cultivators looked excited and their eyes lit up. Any item left behind from the primordial era that was still intact would definitely be a treasure. Chapter 230, Massacre. Chapter 230, Massacre. Over the past month, cultivators were constantly streaming over from outside the primordial ruin. On the one hand, it was because of an ancient treasure that might have appeared within. On the other hand, the primordial ruin was way too attractive for many cultivators. The ancient battlefield was a secret ground left behind from the ancient era, forming a separate dimension of its own. If the ancient battlefield was enough for many cultivators to covet over, what about a secret ground that was left behind from the primordial era? Many cultivators encountered heavenly-defying opportunities from the ancient battlefield and shot to the top because of it. If one were to obtain opportunities from the primordial ruin, what sort of outcome would that be? Cultivators may find themselves obtaining the potential to dominate the world. Sects may find themselves leaping to become the strongest sect within the entire great Zhou dynasty. In fact, they might even turn into the top sect of the entire northern region of Tianhuang mainland and be ranked on par with the immortal sects. Of the tens of thousands of cultivators, the majority were itinerant cultivators, but there were some factions from sects as well. Of them, Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect were the strongest. In the great Zhou dynasty, those sects were only second to the 5 major sects, and Suzimo had heard of them before as well. The few nascent souls were from those 2 sects. Roar. Not far away, a roar suddenly sounded. A golden lion with a terrifying aura rushed over. It had a massive body and an intimidating presence, glaring with its eyes that were as large as bronze bells in a cold manner. That golden lion was extraordinary, and it was clear that this was a spirit demon that had cultivated an inner core. Many cultivators were shocked and scattered sparsely. Striding through the air, the golden lion came beside a nascent soul and lowered its head and body obediently. Yes, nodding his head, the nascent soul leaped and rode it. Ta, ta, ta. A series of hurried hooves sounded. From the skies afar, a pure white horse with a single horn on its head sprinted over. It blew its nose repeatedly with an extremely fast speed, arriving beside another nascent soul. Before long, the beasts of the several nascent souls present arrived. All of those beasts possessed terrifying aura and were all spirit demons with inner cores. However, there was still a vague hint of fear in their eyes as the beasts looked towards the primordial ruin in the distance. Let's go! A nascent soul of Heaven Azura sect gave an order and led his disciples in the direction of the primordial ruin. Right after, a nascent soul of Purple Cloud sect led his disciples over as well. The primordial ruin is so dangerous. Should we observe from here first? If we continue observing and there's really a treasure, someone else might snatch it away first. Let's follow them then. This might be the last chance for us to follow a group of a nascent soul. Even if we fail to obtain a treasure, we'll have a higher chance of surviving as well. The remaining cultivators discussed, and soon 2 major factions were formed. Most of the cultivators chose to follow in the tracks of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect towards the primordial ruin. Only a small number of cultivators hesitated, planning on observing from where they were. Initially, Suzimo had no intention of heading in so early. However, he had just discovered that there were traces of blood-eyed crows up in the skies. Furthermore, their numbers were growing. This meant that the closest blood-eyed crows had already caught up. It won't be long before his pursuers arrived at where he was. I can't delay any more. A vicious glint flashed in Suzimo's eyes. If he was targeted outside the primordial ruin, he would truly have nowhere to escape. Mixing within the crowd, Suzimo headed for the direction of the primordial ruin. A large, dense, and dark forest stood in the periphery of the primordial ruin. The closer they were to the primordial ruin, the denser the trees were as an ancient aura was exuded. Every single tree was extremely thick. Extending to the skies, their trunks would require more than 10 people hugging around to surround. As the cold breeze blew, scattered sunlight peered through the dense leaves, giving everyone some warmth. The group of cultivators was massive and amounted to tens of thousands, looking rather imposing. Despite that, they seemed insignificantly small in the face of this primordial forest. Unknowingly, Night Spirit had burrowed out. It laid against Suzimo's chest and stuck its head out, surveying the place coldly with its pitch-black eyes. Even the golden lion, unicorn, and other beasts with inner cores that the nascent souls rode on walked through that primordial forest with fear and caution. However, Night Spirit did not seem daunted in the slightest bit. All of a sudden, a miserable scream was heard from the front. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he stopped in his tracks and looked over. Not far ahead, an anaconda coiled around the branches of a tree, and its body was almost one with the tree. If not for that fact that the anaconda was chomping on a few people in its mouth, causing a blood mist to spew out, even Suzimo would not have been able to detect it with his eyesight. That anaconda was way too big. A large part of it was hidden in the leaves, but just the exposed portion alone was more than 100 feet. Those few cultivators were not even enough to fill the gaps in its teeth. The most terrifying thing was that even golden cores were defenseless as their bodies were crushed with a single chomp and devoured whole. Bang! The sleeves of a nascent soul cultivator swayed as he struck suddenly, causing a terrifying force to surge out and land on the anaconda's body heavily. The anaconda's body was slanted by the impact, causing several pieces of scales to fall and revealing the flesh underneath. However, instead of retreating, the anaconda became even more ferocious as it let out a cold and cruel look in its eyes. Pissed, suddenly the anaconda opened its mouth and sucked as though it was about to swallow the entire world. A strong wind howled. The gigantic turbulence was almost materialized like a sword and saber. Gushing forth, even the branches of the tree were snapped as leaves fell. There was no way weaker cultivators could control their bodies from being sucked into the anaconda's mouth. This was the true anaconda eclipse. Even though Suzimo had cultivated this, he was still immensely shocked to see it right now. Bastard, you're courting death. Another nascent soul cultivator hollered and struck, causing 3 flying swords to shoot out. Those 3 flying swords carried an extremely terrifying force with them that far surpassed the scope of spirit arts. As the 3 flying swords were about to enter the anaconda's mouth, the nascent soul cultivator that attacked seemed to have realized something as his expression changed. Not good. Hurry, disperse, he exclaimed as he waved his robes and swept away the 3 flying swords he shot out, fleeing into the distance immediately as well. Suzimo's eyes twitched. There were 2 fist-sized bags protruding from the head of the anaconda, looking like a pair of horns. It's not an anaconda, it's a flood dragon. If it was an anaconda, it could only be considered as a remnant beast. However, if it had managed to cultivate into a flood dragon, it would be equivalent to a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. The few nascent souls in the group fled into the distance immediately, and the massive army of cultivators behind them did not dare to linger as they followed close behind. The crowd was in a mess as everyone tried their best to escape. Bang! The tail of the flood dragon descended suddenly, causing a bloody mist to burst forth in the air as it crashed into the crowd. It was too tragic. Hundreds of cultivators perished instantly. Be it Chi condensation, foundation establishment, or golden core cultivators. All of them were like ants in the face of this flood dragon and could not withstand a single blow. And at that moment, everyone had yet to step foot into the primordial ruin. This meant that the massacre had just begun. Chapter 231 Tragic. Chapter 231 Tragic. The primordial forest was 100 times more dangerous than the Tsonglang mountain range. Any random demon beasts here were pure-blooded, ferocious beasts that could scare off nascent souls who did not dare to take them head-on. Escaping in the midst of the chaos, Su Zimo bent down and used all his limbs to slither through the dense forest nimbly like an anaconda. In such an environment, Su Zimo's chances of survival were far greater than other cultivators of the same level. Because, to a certain extent, Su Zimo was a demon as well. He knew the habits, methods, and the laws of survival in the jungle. Initially, Su Zimo was somewhat worried that Night Spirit might run amok. It was true that Night Spirit had killed a golden core spirit demonback in Dongling Valley. However, Su Zimo was clear that Night Spirit's strength was far from that of a golden core spirit demon. Yet, to Su Zimo's surprise, not only was Night Spirit not afraid, it was extremely docile and stayed in his embrace obediently, merely peeking out with its head to survey the surroundings. Not long after, Su Zimo finally escaped from the attack range of the fierce flood dragon. Before he could catch a breather, Su Zimo's expression changed as he felt an even greater danger approaching rapidly. Not good. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. According to his experience of surviving in Tsonglang mountain range, the bloody smell of the battle behind them would attract even more powerful demon beasts. Those beasts would not be any weaker than that flood dragon. They should all be pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. If he was trapped here by those pure-blooded, ferocious beasts, he would definitely die. It was only now that Su Zimo understood why Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect did not chase away all the itinerant cultivators following them. The main goal of those two sects was to use the itinerant cultivators as bait to attract the ferocious beasts in this forest so that they could seize the opportunity to escape. The same way those itinerant cultivators were making use of the two sects were doing the same to them. The flood dragon's obstruction soon split the tens of thousands of cultivators into two camps. Among them, most of the cultivators were stopped by the flood dragon, while the few nascent soul cultivators of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect led their disciples and sped towards the direction of the primordial ruin. Behind the two sects were some itinerant cultivators tagging along. Su Zimo was one of them. Most of the cultivators who were able to break through the flood dragon's interception had capabilities of their own. Su Zimo took a glance. Among the itinerant cultivators, there was indeed a cultivator that Su Zimo had some slight impression of. That man was wearing gray robes and held a folding fan in his hands. Looking to be in his 30s, he had a pale, beardless face with a slightly rotund body and ordinary features. However, his eyes were particularly spirited. When they were outside, Su Zimo had a short chat with this person. This was somebody who was full of nonsense and could even boast to the nines. Previously, the comments regarding the dragon's roars of the primordial ruin and how a true dragon's scales were larger than a human came from this person. There was no one who believed in those exaggerated words of his. Su Zimo had investigated this person's cultivation realm and it was merely at early stage foundation establishment. He's got some means. Zimo nodded silently. To be fair, Zimo was able to catch up to this point purely because of his demonic cultivation techniques. As for this gray-robed cultivator, the fact that he was able to get here with the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment was indeed impressive. Seemingly sensing something, the gray-robed cultivator turned back and glanced at Zimo, smiling in an extremely friendly manner. Right then, another commotion broke out before them. In the forest, a huge tiger leaped out. Its body was dozens of feet tall, and it lunged at the crowd instantly with an apparent ferocity. What was even scarier was that the tiger had 9 tails. 9-tailed, tiger-shaped. Zimo recalled for a moment, his expression serious, as he said slowly, "Pure-blooded, ferocious beast, Lu Wu." The gray-robed cultivator frowned at the same time and muttered, "To think that it's a Lu Wu." Lu Wu was one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Born with 9 tails in the form of a tiger, it possessed terrifying strength. The moment the Lu Wu leaped into the crowd, the golden lion roared ferociously in an attempt to scare the Lu Wu back or even kill it. However, the Lu Wu merely swayed its 9 tails and lunged forward. In a single round, it bit and snapped the neck of the golden lion, causing blood to gush out. A bloody mist filled the forest. The master of the golden lion, a nascent soul, fled into the distance without even thinking. The many cultivators had already lost their order as they fled in a panicked chaos. However, a forest was not as simple as they thought of it to be, let alone a primordial forest. It was easy for them to enter, but getting out was far from simple. Pist, pist. In the forest, a centipede that was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket slithered forth. It was red all over, moving its thousands of feet with a ferocious gaze. Charging into the crowd, the red centipede sliced the formation into 2 once more. Powerful beasts appeared continuously from the forest, most of them pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Zimo had no way of fighting and could only flee in the chaos. In such a forest, even nascent souls were useless. They were fleeing all the same at the sight of the pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Zimo found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he would encounter if he really entered the primordial ruin. It was too tragic. There were more than 30,000 cultivators who had entered this forest. Now, there were a mere few thousands left, and the others were doomed to be buried in this forest. If they were down to a few mere thousands just by crossing this forest, how many of them would survive till the end? About 50 kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a huge pitch-black crow flapped its wings and sped over like lightning. A middle-aged man wearing blood robes sat on the crow. That was the Blood Crow King and Blood Crow Palace's lord. Oh! The palace lord frowned gradually, and his gaze shimmered after he deployed the tracking, secret skill. "What's wrong, master? Did that Zimo hide in Jishui River again?" The Blood Crow King asked. "No." With a grim expression, the palace lord furrowed his brows and grit his teeth. "That lad is about to enter that area." "Ah!" The Blood Crow King did not understand and froze for a moment. After a brief moment, the Blood Crow King came to a realization as a look of fear flashed in its eyes. It asked in a testing manner, "That area?" "Yes," the palace lord nodded. The Blood Crow King analyzed, "That lad has a motive. He's probably trying to lure you there. You must not fall for it, master." Pausing for a moment, the Blood Crow King continued, "Furthermore, what sort of a place is that? Even nascent souls and void reversions might not be able to escape unscathed. A mere foundation establishment like him is bound to die in that place. That lad is very scheming." The palace lord said with a sullen expression, "This is a plot. Even if I know his intentions, I have to go. Even if he dies, I have to see it with my own eyes. Master, you must be careful. You must not be rash. It's all right. This is quite a brilliant plot. It's just a pity he missed something. The palace lord waved it off and scoffed coldly. He does not know my identity, nor does he know what lies within that area. As a last resort, even if we alarm the existences there, given my identity, I should be able to escape fully without any problems. Let's go. I want to see where else that Sue Zimmo can escape to.